All right, y'all, we live. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, better understand the self. He apologized. It was kind of weak. I'm gonna go over that though. Got some stuff we're gonna touch on, man. Y'all know how we do Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Sunday. But let me put this up. But he did an apology. We're gonna go over that. Now I never even heard of this guy for real. I can't even cap. I never even heard of him. But in his apology, he said, I also want to acknowledge the conversation surrounding my acceptance speech. He said, to be clear, I know and believe that that's the part where, he said, we. Call dog, what's good, bro? Yeah, man, we in for another one. The man said, we, black people, have also built this country. And he said, like, have also. It's like, it's extra lovely in the building. What's good with you? Yeah, man, going over this, his PR team got in his ear. They had to get in his ear, man, because he kind of dropped the ball. J Money, what's good, family? He kind of dropped the ball to me. Shauna in the building. How y'all doing? I appreciate you, man. We gotta talk about this, man. The apology ain't really adding up. He said, I know and believe we black people have also built this country. It's just not, it's still, it's like he ain't educated. My words were never intended to dismiss that truth. I am both a black man and a son of a Nigerian immigrant. And in the overwhelming moment of winning my first Grammy, my focus was on honoring the sacrifices my parents made by coming to this country to give me and my siblings opportunities they never had. Breezy, what's good, man? For real, man. Like, you trying to give credit to immigrants. Disrespectful. Very disrespectful. Salute to everybody, man. Peace to the gods, man. Aaron Reddings, man. Salute, fam. So it's already not adding up. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. So then he said, at the same time, winning this award on the first day of Black History Month and becoming the first black man to win the Best Country Duo is Black history. It stands on the foundation laid by generations of black people who fought, sacrificed, and succeeded long before me. This moment belongs to all of us. So, that's what he's saying right now. It still seems a little sideways to me. Mm-hmm. It seemed a little sideways, man. He didn't just explain and say, black Americans also gave him the access to do this. He kind of said it a little bit, but somebody got in his ear though. I'm glad somebody told him to say something because it was getting overwhelming. The crowds was growing large. You said that's because it is sideways, huh, Sean? I believe it is sideways. I seemed like it was more planned, like he had to say this. His record label was like, say this. I need you to say this. But y'all know we're gonna open up the chats. They had flagged my video because I played the little Grammy speech. It's like, man, YouTube, bro. But I'm focusing on I'm gonna work on getting this little put he had to save himself. Ricky's World. They can't create shit. They just tether. He's not black. He's a fucking immigrant. For real. He knows the disrespect. Man, I think they made him do that. You know, it just sound like I told y'all, they hitting us back to back. You know, they got all the Democrats. It's like they not acknowledging FBA as far as saying like, yeah, man, they not acknowledging it, but they're sending people to talk about. And that's the thing, you know. You have not seen a Democrat, nobody acknowledge, you know, the lineage or that, you know, some FBA brothers doing online, bringing people together is good. They not even saying nothing. And it's weird because we got other nationalities recognizing it. Then you got our own people won't even speak on it, but we know what it is. But I'm not taking apology. I'm not taking no apology. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm not I ain't sold on what he's saying. I think he's just trying to save face. I think he's just trying to save face. For real. And I got a video. I'm finna play y'all this video. Let me put this in. Cause I've been trying to, man, sit down with my grandmas and ask them information. And they be speaking the truth. They be speaking the truth, man, our elders. And they don't be rocking with these people like we think they do. Dang. But I'm finna play y'all this video, man, of this 95-year-old lady. Tetherism is the hate falling off. The hate falling off the bone, man. That's crazy, bro. I didn't use the video because I saw Grammys giving out noses. Yeah, they definitely been sending out notices on people, you know, doing that little skit. You know, YouTube gonna come at me first hand. Thought they was gonna let it slide. Let's check this out though. For real. For never, never, never. Okay, boom, I got it.
All face that lie. He didn't discover no America, and the ship got in troubled water. And them black men was already here. The black people was already here. So they
Hold on. See if y'all can see it.
America, and the ship got in troubled water. And them black men was already here.
No, that's tripping. There you go.
Black people was already here. That's a bald face that lie. He didn't discover no America, and the ship got in troubled water. And them black men was already
You remember
here.
this, Granny?
The black people was already here. So they went out in that ocean and rescued Columbus off that ship, but they didn't have no knowledge, no learning or nothing. And then he came here and he put him into slavery. It saved his life. But he's a bald-faced lie when he said he discovered America. That's a bald-faced lie. If my black relative didn't went out there and to rescue his butt when that the turbulence was tearing up them ships, he wouldn't have been here. So black people didn't know. All they knew was living off the
Plant
land,
boozy.
and they didn't know how to fight for themselves.
Right.
He put the black people into slavery. The big old giant. My grandfather was tall, and he wasn't afraid of nothing, and nobody, white or black, short or tall, fat or thin.
Salute, Riri.
He wasn't afraid of nothing.
We from the soil,
What
loyal
was
to
your
the
grandfather's
soil.
name?
Johnny, John Jordan. But everybody call him Johnny. John.
But that's how elders telling us, man, they been on this land, we been here. You know, I was speaking to my I froze on y'all, but I froze on y'all. Let me see if it bounced back. My bad. Let me see if it bounced back. Yeah, my bad. I guess we back. We back. Technical difficulties straight from the lineage. Salute, salute, salute. Yeah, man. I don't know what they did. But yeah, I'm gonna open up the chats, man, so we can get to it. Man, I appreciate y'all kicking it with your FBA brother, man. But check out this sister breaking it down. Check this out.
Well, since it's now Black History Month and all, and the liberals always want to divide us by color and race because that's the only way they can make sense of their ideological nonsense. Let's talk about Black History Month, shall we? And let's be specific, since everybody's fighting now over this birthright citizenship issue. The children born to American freedmen, who are the freedmen?
Y'all hit that like button.
The those who had previously been enslaved, particularly in the South, were just children of nowhere. Okay, though they were freed by way of the Emancipation Proclamation, they still didn't really have a home because, as we should already know, the Dred Scott Supreme Court decision, it was determined that, well, you people, in Dred Scott versus Sanford, that Black folks, we can't allow you to be free, which is why he sued his masses, was for freedom. The court wouldn't give it to him because they said, well, you're not a citizen, darky. So we can't give you freedom if you're not even a citizen of this here United States of America.
Yeah. Big fact.
That was one of the factors that led to the Civil War. Got it? Yeah. So ultimately, that was remedied through the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment was to remedy the citizenship issue when it came to the children born to freedmen, FBAs, foundational Black Americans. I don't consider myself an African American. I am an American. And if you want to get all into color and race, I'm an FBA, Foundational Black American, as many of us recognize ourselves. However, let's talk about this senator who
we standing on business.
Eric Schmidt. Thank you for posting this and educating us and bringing up some very salient, very valid points. This is one of the original writings of the 14th Amendment because it's been changed, I've noticed, in several law publications, including Cornell Law School and, of course, Wiki, don't bother with that. Grokpedia is a better deal. But check this out. By virtue of natural law, a citizen of the United States, this will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, who belong to families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States. But it will include every other class of persons. It settles the great question of citizenship and removes all doubt as to what persons are or are not citizens of the United States. This has long been a great desideratum in the jurisprudence and legislation of this country. And this is the of the original writings. And you don't see this anymore because it's not taught. They don't want you to know this. They just want you to think, as I've seen in these law school writings, everybody born in the U.S. is a citizen. No, it's not. That was never the original intent. And if you're going to go back to the constitutional foundation and stay aligned with the original intent, then you must subscribe to the fact that the 14th Amendment was for freed Black slaves who had children, who had no citizenship, and were essentially just slaves. They were free, but they had no allegiance because they didn't have a country. So the 14th Amendment was the remedy for that, and it is for no other purpose. It was never meant to bring a bunch of illegal aliens over here and start things like birth tourism. Dude, this shit has got to stop. You are not.
Yeah, they've been, the Democrats been doing this wrong. Yeah, they've been cheating us, doing this wrong. Definitely. And it ain't no side, we got to get tangibles. It's not even like, we can't even recognize parties no more. We only recognize intangibles. But the sister was going off about that 14th Amendment. But I want to show y'all here. Listen to this. And I want to open the chats. I want to get what y'all think about this. Listen to how people feel about the real reason with this Shaboozey. Check it out.
Now, Shaboozey, I know you just won your first Grammy, and congratulations. But I know you did not get on that fucking stage and say immigrants built this country on the first day of Black History Month. Nigga, I know you was emotional. And I know immigrants are going through it right now. But last time I checked, we built this fucking country. That White House, that motherfucker sitting there right now, bitch, was built on us. Our blood is ingrained in this fucking soil. The country was built off of us, from the cotton we picked to the fucking factories we worked in. Don't play that shit, boy. Not on fucking Black History Month. Get your shit together. And I'm not saying anything against immigrants, but I'm going to keep mine. What's mine is mine. Okay? Y'all didn't come in until after the fact. Okay? Immigrant. You immigrated in this bitch. We've been here. 400 plus fucking years.
Call dog, he put the Carmelo. He put the Carmelo Anthony on us, huh? No, bro, listen. It was scripted. So that means somebody, if it was him, somebody had to take the time to want to put something together proper. So You put something that was put together pretty proper, bro. It wasn't like it was put together and he set it off of the cuff, like he was just speaking and it came off. It was like, nah, you had a script, bro. You had a script. I can't, I'm not accepting that. That was intentional. You knew what you were saying. It's an attempt to erase black American history. That's what people are saying right now in these streets. Curly Locks, I appreciate you. Salute, salute. Democrat talking points. Man, we know that it's heavy talking points from the Democrat. We seen with Deontay Kyle. We seen with old boy, the other one, Willie D. The party or somebody in there is paying them to say certain things because they trying to keep this movement and this delineation and they want to be able to somehow be able to contain it because it's growing. Shot tether, what I call them, a sassy punk. Damn. Salute, Tania. I appreciate you. Tania in the building. It's a Nani tribe. He put Benjamin Banneker design Washington and FBA constructed. Yeah. It's a lot they trying to take from us. Y'all see they trying to take hip hop. They trying to say immigrants created hip hop. They tried to say now that they built the whole country. It's like it's jab after jab after jab. Pinky Wells, what's good? Pinky Wells. Okay. But we got Cali in the building, man. Y'all let us know where y'all calling out of today. I want to know where we at, man. We be all over the globe now, so I mean all over the U.S. But it's been a lot of I had a live where I had a lot of Florida. Normally I never had one. I only had one where Florida was in the building. Shout out to my Florida people. But shout out to California, man. Everybody in Cali that be holding us down on that west side, man. We appreciate y'all. Y'all got us on coast to coast. Brooklyn in the house. For real. Salute to Brooklyn, man. San Bernardino, California. Okay. Pinky Wells. Jackson, Mississippi checking in. For real, man. They trying to act like we ain't everywhere. We everywhere. We everywhere. I remember, East Oakland. East Oakland with the history, man. Shout out to Milwaukee. Yeah, Milwaukee, man. Salute, extra lovely Cali until you make your way to Florida. Ames, well, what's good, man? Philly in the building. Salute, man. How y'all feel about this apology that he gave? I want to get how y'all feel about that. Milwaukee. I'm an Oakland girl forever. For real, man. It's crazy because my neighborhood, where I'm from in South Florida, is Oakland Park. That's the area, but it's Harlem McBride in Oakland Park. So it's like I always love that Oakland name too, because it's a part of my. Yeah, we got an Oakland down here in Florida. People don't know, but yeah, it's in Fort Lauderdale. So anytime people from Oakland, I be like, dang, we say Oakland. We say Oakland. If y'all see on my Instagram, I put the sign of my neighborhood where I'm from. I got that as one of my posts. It says Harlem McBride, the city of Oakland Park. But Harlem McBride is like, that's the area, that's the black neighborhood where It was a plantation workers was. So it's a tone deaf apology. Tone deaf apology. St. Louis in the building. Shout out to my St. Louis family, man. Put town business. hmm Shout out to Oakland. Oakland, California in the building. Yeah, man. Oakland in the house, bro. Yeah. Salute, man. A lot of us down here in Mississippi, these tellers really don't want us to speak because FBA lineage has proof we built this country. We have evidence down south for real. Down south for sure. If immigrants built America, why didn't they build their homelands first? That's what I'm saying. It's crazy. It's crazy that they even real talk pod box. Salute, salute, family. It's crazy that they would even play with us like that. Like, why would you even think about saying that at somebody else's homeland? Is just very disrespectful. But we had a lot of people get at him, and I guess he didn't want to make it hurt the image. But there you go, right there. They got him up there. I hope when Ryan Coogler win an Oscar for his movie Sinners, he shouts out Oakland and the FBA. That would be a huge counterattack. Yeah, it would be a huge counterattack. For real. For real. Much love to him. I appreciate that comment to me. For real. No matter where you at, we all one, man. And we all gotta stay united for sure. Cause ain't nobody, it's everybody against us right now. They trying to erase the history, erase us. It's like gentrification. It's time that we link up and do some things. So I got something. Shout out to my boy Don Jeter, but I got some stuff I'm finna start pushing, man. Some projects that we gonna start, funding and getting right. Now FBA don't accept his bullshit apology. For real, it was suspect, man. At best, it still seemed like he didn't want to just get it right. Just say that the people on the land built the country, and it is what it is. We being attacked on all fronts, fam. For real, it's always us. So we got to take that into consideration, man. We got this social media, so we got to use this to put us in play, bring us together. Kyle Grady, but y'all know how we do, always standing on the business. But he found this little wave or whatever, and used that. He tethered in there. He for sure tethered in there. Cause don't they got don't Nigerian have a music? Like that's the best way to you know respect your ancestors is to do your ancestral traditions. You know what I'm saying? Whenever you to do, somebody else culture, their tradition is kind of crazy to me. But then you giving them the salutes. Shout out to yeah, salute, fam. Yeah, we in the building. Yeah, we gotta fund our own project. We gotta do our own stuff, man. I talked a lot about some things on this channel. If y'all been tapping in, yeah, Afrobeats made up of all of our genres. Yeah, we're gonna have to start boycotting. Not even boycotting, gatekeeping, but yeah, we're gonna have to cancel people. And people don't understand, like canceling on this internet is really a good thing because they got something called like a social currency. So like if you like putting out information on somebody and getting a lot of comments and people is doing how FBA is doing, it really affects things. It affects the social currency. So sometimes they'll be putting people in the chat saying, "Man, why y'all doing that?" Da 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 da, because they want it to die down. But nah, it really has an impact, bro. When we speak out like that online and do things, it's very much needed. They got something that where they see the value of like how people feel about you at this time, and it's like a stock market, bro. So I don't think he did it with malicious intent. He just ignorant with the public school education. I mean, you could say that, but I'm going with he had a script. He had a piece of paper written down. So it was like, and it was very well put together. Like what he said, it wasn't like it came off the husk. It wasn't like he was just saying it. I think it was more deeper than that because he would have been sloppier with it. It was just too constructed to me, and it made sense. You were just praising immigrants too much, bro. Like you could have just said, "Man, shout out to my country." You could have just been more. I don't see him. I never seen a person like try to take up for all immigrants. In a time like this, it's just kind of suspect. They'll just salute. We know where they come from, in my opinion. Yeah, he already had his speech ready. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm not going for him being. I think it was, that's a time that he could say something. That's like a free commercial for an organization. He probably got 2-3 million for that, just saying that, or they probably made him do it and made him have the apology because it was gonna go viral. Cancel, ship straight up. They want us. They want us on the immigration train, not buying it. Most definitely. But I was just talking to my man too. You want to hear his apology? I had went over it. I mean, he didn't say nothing. It was a PR move where they just wrote it down. But it's best for him not to speak because he know we gon' he know we listening. Nigerians didn't start coming here until mass until 1965. hmm Yeah, yeah. I wish he would have said it. I would have been waiting for him to say something. But um, he said Nigerians didn't come in here till 1965. Yes, Shelly, what's good? For real, we've been missing you. You tapped in, but yeah, man, we talking about what you think about the Shaboozey. You buying the apology? I ain't really. I'm gonna go over the apology. Some of y'all just coming in. Y'all didn't even read. He didn't even hear what the man said. But let me pull it back up for y'all. So he said, first and foremost, I want to express my deepest No, I want to express my deep gratitude to everyone who has supported and celebrated my journey as an artist. I also want to acknowledge the conversation surrounding my acceptance speech. To be clear, I know and believe that we, black people, have also built this country. That's where I have a problem with. To be clear, I know and believe that we, black people, have also. What do you mean also? You get what I'm saying? Like, eh, Get what I'm saying, bro? It's like you ain't even saying nothing. It's like, I don't know. I'm not getting it really. This the part where this is what I'm saying. But when you say your parents is Nigerian, it ain't, it's only we when it's including when our stuff. But if it's, something that's on their land, there's no we. But it's black people here. But they don't really use that in their country in Nigerian because it's all black people. But he says black people have also built this country. My words were never intended to dismiss that truth. I am both a black man and the son of a Nigerian immigrant. And in the overwhelming moment of winning my first Grammy, my focus was on honoring the sacrifices my parents made by coming to this country to give me and my siblings opportunities they never had. At the same time, winning this award on the first day of Black History Month and becoming the first black man to win Best Country Duo is Black history. This is where it gets suspect. It shows me that it may be an act, a ploy, a shot, trying to rewrite history. It stands on the foundation laid by generations of black people who fought, sacrificed, and succeeded long before me. This moment belongs to all of us. My entire career has been rooted in lifting people up, honoring where we come from, and expanding what's possible. I am proud to be a part of this legacy, and I intend to continue doing the work for the rest of my life. With love, Shaboozey? Shab, oh, that's his real name. Nigga name Shaboozey. Nigga name Shaboozey. You say he need to be canceled? Big facts. Big facts, man. His apology is very suspect. Yeah, man. His apology is very suspect, fam. Very, very suspect. So he made it seem like, I was just in the moment, but you had a script. You read exactly from the script and it was well put together. It was well put together, you know. Salute to the family. It was well put together. Uh, Let me show y'all what the fam is doing. I'm gonna open up the chat, man, so y'all can talk y'all talk, man. Y'all can talk y'all talk. You good though, Water God? You had the funeral for your pops yet? It's this Saturday. Yeah, man. It's a memorial, so yeah. Yeah, man, I've been good. Bittersweet. Sound like some public relations talk to me. Most definitely, most definitely, most definitely. Yeah, appreciate that, Riri. Yeah, man. Appreciate that. It's been good. That's love. That's love, man. Yeah, it's been one day at a time. But we're gonna go into this though a little bit more what everybody's saying about all of this. Let me put this. They told him, they gonna cancel you. For real. Let me pull this up, y'all. Yeah, they gonna cancel, but this is what some FBAs is. This is how we feeling about it. I appreciate everybody standing on this.
Texas was feeling unloved.
Nah, this is a
Now
commercial.
Texas is
What is what you mean when you say make America great again? Saying immigrants built this country is like saying,
Appreciate that, Michelle.
uh, let's
Much
ignore
love. I
the
appreciate y'all,
300 plus
man.
years of free labor that the
It'll
United
probably be
States
fake.
government extracted from owning slaves and using slaves to export goods like rice, tobacco, cotton, sugarcane, and molasses that we sold around the world
Yeah.
to make us
Leader
an
Boo.
attractive country
Appreciate you.
for immigrants to want to come to. I don't know if immigrants understand that that's what you're saying when you say this. You're basically saying that the United States was a just this platform where people came and they just
Huh?
built from nothing. No, they built from what was already here. The reason why the United States was so industrious, the reason why so many companies started post slavery was because they were partnering with slave owners who could no longer use their but who still had money after slavery. After slavery was over, the United States didn't take back the money that slave owners had made. No, that money was used to partner with people as investors. They invested in companies to create Wells Fargo. They invested in companies to create,
For real.
McDonald's and all of these corporations that became big corporations in the world. That money
Jamaica, what's
that was
good,
used
family?
came from slavery. And so when you say that immigrants built this country, you are ignoring that the country was made attractive because of the labor of slaves and because the United States did not have to pay. They were charging slave owners taxes, and then slave owners were not paying slaves. They didn't get paid to be slaves, but they were making so much money off of the commerce from the goods that they were cultivating and from these fields. So I hope I was able to educate you guys on Black History Month. This day 2 or day 3 of Black History Month. I hope I was able to educate you guys on the reality of what it means and the dismissiveness.
I like what you saying. I like y'all in the chat. Y'all kicking the game for real. Y'all bank schools, all of that. Y'all saying boycott all immigrants. Dang. Yeah, we do have $2.1 trillion in billion buying power. And we got to start doing stuff off of the And I'm so glad y'all saying that because I'm finna put something together where I want to get an app that where we can communicate on, where you can download it, and it'll be an app for us that we're gonna be. Shout out to my boy Don Jeter. We finna be working on that and seeing what we all gotta take. But I want us to have our own. We need to be having our own things, man, and funding us. Keep putting us on. B1 Business, what's good, family? Always good to see you in the chat, bro. For real. All natural skin. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But we got some things, man. I'm gonna be bringing to the table that trying to get this going. Especially the channel, man. Make sure it's encrypted. Keep it strong, bro. For real. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. But we was talking about that. Make sure it's encrypted, right, man. I mean, it's in the stages now, man. We just talking about it, thinking about it like that'll be the best way. But I'm gonna keep that in mind. Make sure it's encrypted. But we're gonna start putting things in place, man, and funding different projects that's gonna be better for us. So just good to just be having a being a leader of a good group of people to be doing funding projects that we need. But it seems like it'll be fun too to do stuff like that to help the people. But yeah, that's what we gotta do. We gotta start taking advantage of that 2.1 trillion, and we gotta make it like normal. So once people see a group of people start doing some things, it's gonna become especially in our community. I know how it is. Black Panther trees. Whoa, you put the Black Panther trees? Okay, slow motion better than no motion for real. Yes, we gotta buy from our own. We gonna set that up. I'm telling you, on me. And I really want to make sure. I did a live talking about that. Everything we got to start turning into short stoppers of this industry. We have to short stop the industry. Whatever they got out there, we need to have it, and we need to be beating the price, the service, everything. So that our people, it's open for our people to shop with us, no matter what. Female pantherism. I don't know now. Once they see us reinvesting into our communities, they gonna come out the woodwork with that kumbaya unspoken vibes. For real, for real. My aunt used to go to Black Panther meetings. Mm. My grandma was telling me how she did some work with the Black Panthers too. So that's all good.
In the disrespect to the Black American population to say, make America great again and immigrants built this country.
Shout out to all the Black people who won a Grammy. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if the Grammys trying to make more money or get more views, but they finally giving a lot of Black people Grammys. So shout out to all the Black people or people of color or whatever you want to call yourself who won Grammys. But this is my message to Shaboozey. Shaboozey won a Grammy, and part of his speech was immigrants built America. Shaboozey. Slaves built America. Niggas built America. You get what I'm saying? And this what killed me with a lot of y'all island Black folks, whether you Haitian, Jamaican, Dominican descent, Black Cubans, Black Puerto Ricans, whatever the fuck you is. At the end of the day, like Trick Daddy said, you still a nigga. You is still a nigga. Get pulled over by the police. You can't be, I'm an immigrant. I'm Jamaican descent. I'm this. This racist ass white police gonna see you. You still a nigga. Go to court. You still a nigga. Go in certain parts of town in certain cities. Go to Boston. Go to parts of Miami, Kendall, or Little Havana, or wherever. Like, you still a nigga. You get what I'm saying? So Black people, we got to stop doing that shit. I don't give a fuck what island you're from, what country you from. If you like this, bro, you got this color here, you still is a fucking Black man. You still a nigga. That's all I want to say, man.
I cannot believe that on the first day of Black History Month, Shaboozey got on the Grammy stage and fixed his mouth to say that immigrants built this country. The same Shaboozey who is in a genre that was created by Black Americans, the descendants of slaves, on a stage that was built, the foundation, the architecture by artists like Sam Cooke, James Brown, Sarah Vaughan, Michael Jackson. The list goes on and on. Black Americans. Bruh, I'm in disbelief. By repeating the lie that immigrants built this country, you're sanitizing the truth. The truth is that settlers, colonizers came to this country and genocided the natives. And they brought enslaved Africans to be the labor, to actually build the country. And when I say build the country, I'm not just talking about just physical labor, also expertise, agricultural expertise, medical expertise. This lie has to stop. Yes, immigrants contributed to this country and they've added to this country. I am pro-immigrant. But when you say immigrants built this country, it erases the foundation of this country and the horrors that entailed to build this country. And even when you say something like They brought the Chinese to build a
See, when you don't know about the Naztec people, the Mayan tribe, the history of the DNA of man, what's my man name? Albert out of South Carolina. He had the oldest DNA. It's like facts show that this was the first inhabited land. And I can't wait till all of this information come out because I've been saying this on my channel for so long. Like, this land was the first inhabited land. They got the Tartarian kings that they said that traveled from America to Europe and all these other places, and even Egypt, and made the pyramids, and all the pyramids it's just the history that they're not. It's like the total opposite. They want to say that everything came out of Africa. For what reason? But they don't speak about that. Even if you Google right now, was the Mayan tribe black? They're going to say, no, they wasn't black. When I know they had, like, at this point in time, bro, it was only, our color skinned people. But they want to erase this part of history for some reason, bro. It's a big reason they don't want to speak the truth. I'm like tone deaf. We were reclassified too. Yeah, we were reclassified. We was Indians. Then it was all of this classifications. When nobody was reclassified like we was,
railroads. Even that is factually incorrect, because over 10,000 miles of railroads were already built in the South by enslaved Africans. What are we talking about? What were you talking about?
See, they keep saying enslaved Africans and they not knowing the history, bro. It's like enslaved Africans, bro. You gotta, like, we're claiming this history and we're saying that these people were indigenous. These people were from this land. But that's how they get us there. They get us with saying, oh, Africa, Africa. No, our people had land right here for a long time before, when the pyramids was up. These immigrants are ignorant. Yeah, it's like, bro, they don't say that about no other people, bro. They don't say that about any other. They brought Africans here. They only say that about America. Everywhere else is like, they do not say that, bro. But here it's like, y'all got to think that everybody was just.
After that was westward expansion. The country was already built before those immigrants came here. Some of y'all need to do some serious research. When Shaboozey said what he said, I don't think there was malicious intent. I think it's just a catchphrase that people are saying, especially with everything that's going on with ICE right now. There's pro-immigrant, sentiment out there. And again, I am pro-immigrant, but tell the truth and shame the devil. Black Americans, enslaved Africans built this country. People don't just migrate to nothing. They migrate to opportunity. So if we want to tell the full story, tell the real story, not the comfortable one, not the catchphrase, because a lot of this stuff is anti-blackness in disguise, and I need y'all to recognize it. Do better. It's Black History Month.
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44. Nina just built an app.
Wow.
So we can all build apps now?
That's wild.
You guys remember not too long ago, Zora Mamdani made the same statements. Now, if we're being honest and we're being pedantic, to say America was a country built by immigrants solely is a complete rewriting of history, and it's disingenuous and erases the story of Black Americans in this country. One of the sentiments I've noticed online over the past couple of years is that everyone across the world associates America with immigration, and they think nothing is indigenous to America. Like, Americans don't have food, Americans don't have culture, Americans don't have anything that is unique to here. And they don't do that for any of the other countries in the Americas, whether it be the Caribbean or South America. And I understand why that is. It's because American hegemony has ran the world for the last century. And with that, American culture and American story has become synonymous with pop culture. So people don't feel the need to divulge and dig deeper. There is no reality that anyone who is a descendant of those formerly enslaved Black Americans in America could be an immigrant. We are the product of forced migration to the New World, and we are one of the foundational Americans. I said previously that the only foundational Americans when this country was created are Black Americans, Native Americans, and those original European descendants. Anyone that came later is an immigrant. Immigration and immigration means leaving a country voluntarily to move and settle somewhere else, whether it be permanently or with their hope of returning home. None of the countries in Africa existed when the slave trade was going on. So no one in the Americas could be an immigrant by definition. We have been in America prior to the inception of America being a country. I say that to say that doesn't erase immigrants from the story of America, because those Chinese and Japanese immigrants that came here helped expanded America westward. And without them, that wouldn't have occurred. The subsequent European migration that happened through Ellis Island helped develop all the major cities like Philadelphia, Detroit, Chicago, New York. Without our Filipino and Caribbean aunties, we wouldn't have any nurses to take care of us. Without our Mexican and Central American compadres working in the farms, we wouldn't have access to food the way that we do have it, or tend your gardens, or tend your home. So there's so many things that add to the story of America, and immigrants are definitely at the core of the American system, the American story, and American history. But when we're telling that history, we have to tell it correctly, because no Black American will be offended by you saying immigrants definitely developed this country. They developed the country alongside Black people, but at its foundation, for centuries before immigrants came, Black people were here forcibly, free labor, forcibly. They helped develop these Fortune 500.
How you gonna say a piece of land? These are the Native Americans. Is Spanish? He's basically saying the Mongoloids. He's saying them, Europeans and Black people. Bro, you only can say one. You can't just give three people, three different cultures. Salute, man. Reality, what's good, family? In the building, man. Y'all got y'all in the building tonight. In the building tonight. Audrey, what's good, man? He doesn't know because he's an immigrant. Salute, family. Yeah, the Mexicans wasn't here. They put all of these people on the land, bro, to take the land from Black people. That'll make it more. It's like
the companies from cotton and tobacco farms forcibly. All those other immigrants that came at least got paid. Whether they were paid pennies on a dollar, they were still paid, and they were never slaves. So when it comes to telling history correctly, especially during Black History Month, we have to say things correctly. And it's not a dig. I know what he meant, but a lot of people don't know what he meant, because I've seen comments saying, well, how are Black Americans not immigrants? You can't be immigrants in a country you were forced to come to. In the same way that Black Americans aren't immigrants, you would never call a Brazilian an immigrant, a Jamaican an immigrant, a Haitian an immigrant, a Dominican an immigrant. But for some reason, you guys can't seem to grasp that Black Americans are the same exact descendants of those who exist in the Caribbean and exists in South America. Happy Black History Month.
Yesterday was the first day of Black History Month. It was also Grammy's night. And Shaboozey, if you don't know him, he is a country singer, son of Nigerian immigrants, and in my opinion, someone who already has a very questionable stance when it comes to Blackness, based off of who I've seen in his videos, who I've seen him hanging around in the media, and just the fact that he goes by Shaboozey, because I guess that's what white people started calling him instead, because they couldn't pronounce his name, Shaboozey. Yeah, weird. But anyway, he won a Grammy. He got on stage, gave his acceptance speech, and in his acceptance speech, he said, "Immigrants built this country." Now, this isn't a statement or belief that is unique to him. It's one that I've heard from many different people when they're speaking out against ICE, against these detention centers, or just speaking up in general for immigrants. I'm someone that has half Black American ancestry, half Black ancestry from a whole nother country. I was born in that country. Depending on who you ask, I may very well be considered technically an immigrant. Regardless, I feel like it's given me a very unique perspective on both sides when it comes to a lot of these different diaspora conversations that we have. And as someone with that experience of having a foot in both realms, the statement of immigrants built this country needs to stop and be erased from everybody's vernacular. Full stop. It is disingenuous. It is incorrect, and it contributes to the erasure of not only Black American history in general in this country, but also the history of chattel slavery in this country, which has already been just so egregiously whitewashed and destroyed. And, you know, the topic of slavery is something that, when you really think about it, we have only been taught just the tip of the iceberg about. So there's so much that we already just don't know about how heinous it truly was. Unfortunately, no matter how many times you guys keep telling this lie, immigrants did not build this country. Enslaved Black people built this country. They were forced to build this country by colonizers after those same colonizers successfully committed the genocide and removal of the indigenous people who were already here, already had their own thriving customs and nations and tribes. Most people who make that statement of saying immigrants built this country are almost never talking about Black Americans. It's just a fact. They're usually referring to other races and ethnicities when they say that. But there are a small percentage of people who really do truly mean to include Black Americans when they say immigrants built this country. And so I think it's so important to be clear that our ancestors were not immigrants. They did not come here seeking a better life because they were troubled in their homelands or whatnot. No, they were kidnapped and they were human trafficked to this country. Slavery was the first major industry in this country. That's a fact. We were the capital in capitalism. That is a fact. So much so that slave owners literally took out insurance policies on enslaved people. They were accepted as collateral for loans at these major banks. Most of these banks today that you see, they were active participants in slavery. JP Morgan Chase, look into that.
I don't like that. I'm with you, fam. It's a lot of people using this African American term, which is very disrespectful because Elon Musk is an African American. You know? Hmm? But yeah, it's like, Elon Musk is
history. These Ivy League universities, and I'm sure many other, they were some of the biggest, most active participants in the slave trade. You take a look at the origins of so many of these different industries, these institutions, these systems in this country, and you'll find that they were able to grow so large and successful because of Black Americans, because of the fact that these people stole our ancestors' labor. These are things that don't get taught to 99.9% of us in school. They will never get taught to in school unless you take some specialized African American studies later on in higher education. I really feel like a big reason for the widespread adoption of this mentality of, instead of telling the truth, saying that immigrants built this country, is because to most people, it is a lot more palatable than simply saying Black people built this country. That's something that is never going to come out of a lot of people's mouths because they are anti-Black. To me, it's nearly the same as the whole peel.
they anti-Black. Man, we got Audrey on the chat. Audrey, what's good?
Hey.
What's good with you?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. What you think about this Shaboozey?
Man, I haven't watched it. You know, I've been working. I just got off from work.
Oh, you just got off. Okay.
Yeah, and I was sick like last week, this week, previous week. You know, just coughing. I don't know what it was, but hopefully it's gone now. And I haven't been. Yeah, I need something. I haven't been watching a lot of stuff, but you know, because I've been tired. You know, but I'm mad. I'm really, really mad. You know, I'm not the type of person to throw things or show anger or aggression or nothing like that. So when I say I'm mad, though I'm not gonna act like most people would when they're mad. But yeah, it's like, okay, I just want us as FBAs to think, right?
Mm-hmm.
We are a very smart people, the way we analyze stuff. Like I remember in the car with one of my brothers, right? He's older than me, about 7 years older. And I was just, you know, we were just riding, listening to the radio, and it was a commercial on the radio. He was like, "Did you hear what she said?" I was like, "Yeah." And he said, "What did she say?" And I said back what she said, right? Even though my mind wasn't on the radio, because you know when it's a commercial, who's paying attention to the radio? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I was staying off into outer space. You know, I'm in the front seat, he's in the front seat, but we weren't really paying attention. But it was something very significant, right? It was something that didn't have anything to do with music, but it was something to deal with us as a people, as a well-being. It was something very important. So therefore, my brain, my being cued into it or whatever, cued into this, what she said. And I don't know, but with us, we don't even have to talk sometimes, to each other. We can give each other that look, and we know what was said. So we are a very smart people, very intelligent. We can
Mm-hmm.
break down information. So when they're saying, hey, they built this country, right? And we look at their countries, right? And
Mm-hmm.
you're in a construction field. What you do is considered construction, or service industry. I'm the same way, though I'm not doing it right now, but I'm working on get back into it. But what I'm saying is, when you're in that field, when you're in these fields, we work side by side with immigrants. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And me, I come from customer service and sales, so banking, insurance, you name it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you're working with them, they do not do the job well. They they actually want you to teach them how to do the job. They don't take the school seriously. They don't focus. They don't apply what they're learning. So when they go onto the job, they may fix something, but it's going to come back. It needs to be fixed again and again and again. Okay. So when you
Mm-hmm.
open a restaurant and you say, okay, I'm going to hire this company or hire these people. Okay. Well, you got to know that your ice maker is going to go down again and again and again. Your air conditioner is going to go down again and again and again. You know what I'm saying? But we have been building these things. We built the refrigerator. We built, things that last forever, washing machines, refrigerators. You can get a refrigerator built in the 80s and it's still running, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have homes that are made of wood that are over, hundreds of years old. So they came in, Caucasians came in and rewrote history. They made it seem
Mm-hmm.
like they built this house, right? They built the national monuments. They did not. And now it's coming out where they're telling us, no, we did not build these monuments. And you have to listen to what they're saying. Like, I shared some videos with you, like
Mm-hmm.
the one on Key West. If you listen to what he said, Caucasians didn't build any of the property in Key West, none of the wooden homes, nothing.
Mm.
They didn't build none of that. And I
Like.
found another video where they didn't even build a bridge. The bridge was used to have trains on it. Used to be a train track on that bridge. And now when you look at these totalitarian videos where you had train tracks running through these cities, Chicago, New York, everywhere you had train tracks. They didn't run off of gas, combustion. Like, they're digging for oil, but we use hydraulics. That's air. We
Right.
use hydronics. That's water. And now they want to do this clean energy, clean air. So you got China. I don't know if Russia's involved, but I'm sure India is involved, and places over there in Europe. These people are actually banning against the United States, against heritage Caucasians and FBA. So when you're looking at these people, who is ICE, who is Antifa, there's two different factions of Caucasians. And you got that one faction of Caucasian who are those that study, that practice bestiality. They, went, considered man boy love to be the highest love, right? Greek and Roman,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Then you have the other faction of Caucasians. Like, I don't know what they're into, what they were into, but it seems like they're more wholesome, like more into, okay, I want one wife, I want to have a lineage, I want to have kids, not into all of that other stuff, right? But what I'm stating is there's
Yeah.
a group that's out there coming together, and it's immigrants and non-heritage Caucasians. Those people are not the same Caucasians. I don't. But what I'm trying to say is, regarding all of this, if Black people, I'm telling you, we're smart. We're very, very smart. And if we don't get ahead of this, if we don't say, okay, I can go back to school in my 50s, I can go back to school in my 40s, in my 60s, right? And do something different, because these people can't teach us. They don't know what they're doing. If they knew what they're doing, when they come here, they would actually build something and build it right. Or
Right.
take it to their country, that knowledge to their country, and build there. But they're here for something. I don't know quite what it is,
They
but
tethering. Yeah, they tethering. They tethering. But I want to get. Let me. I'm gonna come back to you on this. Let me get. We got unspoken vibes tapped in. Unspoken vibes. What's
Yes,
good,
sir.
Thunny?
It's good, fam. Appreciate you pulling me up.
No
I just wanted
problem.
to tap in about that Shaboozey thing. Yeah, my nah, that apology fake. I ain't going for it. He knew what he did, bro. Like they always do this. Shaboozey done it. A lot of these actors and actresses do it a lot too. They'll make anti-black statements when they come over here and get awards. What's that? The African lady. It was in that movie Wicked.
Yeah.
She made some nonsense statement like before coming here, before coming to America, I never knew what race was. And I was like, oh, so America's not a racist country. You don't know what that's like, but you know tribalism over there in Africa from wherever you're from. So it's just like they make these pointed statements that are anti-black, and then he put out that PR apology. I never meant to disrespect uh black people, as a black person. He tried to tie it back into us when it comes
Yeah.
to our contributions to this country and what we've gone through on Black History Month. He had the audacity to say that on the first day of Black History Month. So yeah, no, I'm not going for it. I'm just like, he's done. He's scrapped. I'm a Spotify, bro. It is what it is
Damn.
for him.
For real. For real. For real. But now live, I think that would you go with saying that was that a shot from the DNC? Would y'all say that was particularly from a political party? Or
Oh,
would you say uh
of course. Like a lot of people in the chat have already mentioned. And you have mentioned it also. What is his new mayor of New York? Mom Donnie, he also said that was it New York was built by immigrants. Like I don't know, as they pointed out multiple times throughout the night, that's an erasure of Black history right there, and all our contributions and the struggles we've had to go through. And they're trying to claim in on it. When we were over there, when we were here getting how did I say this to say for YouTube? We were over here getting put in trees for entertainment and put on postcards for entertainment after they put us in trees. Where were these immigrants at? You don't hear about them. When we're 19, what is it? The Immigration Act, what is it, 1965? Vietnam War was in 1963, around that time-ish. But they had to change, they changed the recruiting requirements because they said FBAs were too stupid to be in the military, but they changed that just so they could draft us. And then you look at the casualty rates for us in Vietnam, we were literally used as bullet sponges. You don't hear about the immigrant community at all from any of those things. But now that everything's all, easier, they want to take credit for contributions to this country and just deny everything we've done.
that's crazy. That's
yeah,
crazy.
they were in, I guess, what do you call it, recruiting immigrants. But I had a dream last night. Oh my God. It revealed to me a lot. But it was off of a video I saw for the Life in Haiti. She played a video and they were telling, this lady basically said who they were. They're from Africa. They're not from here. These people were allies of Caucasians. So whether they're Mexican, Jamaican, Haitian, these people were already allies at one point. So that's what I'm trying to get you guys to see. Look at Haiti. Look at Mexico. Ask yourself, why are they coming here and not fixing where they came from? The land is beautiful in Costa Rica, in Mexico, and Haiti, but they won't fix it up. They won't create a waste system, a waste management system, a wastewater management system. Start constructing their own pipes, your own toilets. Do something, right? But
Mhm.
so how many people are gonna make it here to the United States? I mean, are we really? Is the United States really bigger than Africa? Is that what they're trying to say?
No, it's not bigger than Africa at all.
You know, because they say that Africa is really bigger than it shows on the map, right? Like huge, big. Like
Africa's the largest continent on the globe.
yeah, but what I'm saying is they're saying it can fit the United States and a whole bunch of other places, the United States, South America, all of that in Africa. So Africa, it just seemed like Africa is about half of the world in landmass, the way how big they say it is.
Mm-hmm.
So why then is the focus on the United States?
I think because that was the whole play. It been like that. This country is been the oldest. It got the most history. It got
But listen to this.
yeah.
The same architecture, those national monuments are in Russia. They're in Budapest, Hungary, you know, Europe, Paris, Madrid, Spain, South America, uh, what do you call it? Mexico City, uh, the capital of Guatemala, Canada. These national monuments are everywhere. These countries are built. Now, what are they doing in Mexico, Cuba, Haiti? Why did they trash everything? Because if you go back and look at videos of Haiti in the 1920s, they had electricity, they had indoor plumbing, they had multi-level buildings. Who's gonna go outside, go all the way down the stairs to go use the bathroom? No, you had indoor plumbing.
They
You had
have so many traffic. They
you
have
can
so many
see
traffic.
in these videos they have the power lines in the videos. They had electricity
Oh,
because they stole that land. Come on, if you got electricity, you're gonna have electricians, electrical engineers, plumbers,
mm-hmm.
mechanical engineers, civil engineers. You're gonna have all of that in that island if you in fact built it. But what do they do when they come here? They don't go to school to become electricians, engineers. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Why is their brain not able to do that?
That's crazy that you say that. Unspoken vibes. How you feel? Like, how do you feel about when people come here and they get to the bag?
I don't mind them coming here and get into the bag. I don't like the disrespect and the erasure of all the struggles and contributions that we have made, and then tethering to our contributions just to disrespect us later on and undermine us. So if they want to come here and search for a better life and they're contributing to society, that's all free and well in my opinion. But if
Listen,
they
yeah.
if they're gonna disrespect us, nah, you can go back home.
I met an Uber driver. He is a mechanical engineer. He's Indian, from India. He told me he's a mechanical engineer, that he also went to trade school for HVAC, because I revealed to him I'm an HVAC technician. So as a mechanical engineer, you don't have to work under someone to get your state contractor's license. So he already had his contractor's license. So why is he driving the Uber? Who's giving them these degrees? You know,
So you
you can get
saying
a
that? Yeah, because look, I'm glad you pointed that out because our doctors, like when the hospital that my dad was at, he had like three doctors, and all three of them was from India.
mhm,
So it's like we know that the people. I'm in the home improvement industry, and
mhm,
every time I see homes where they putting on roof, it's all Mexicans.
mhm,
It's like we're seeing the patterns, like at the corner stores. If you go to the corner stores in the hood, you see,
mhm. Arabs and Indians.
Pakistan, or you'll see,
Yeah.
different nationalities. So it
Mhm.
is weird that we got different nationalities all over in certain industries, and knowing that there are places where it's all of them that's in their fields and everything.
Mhm.
It's kind of like robbing us, in my opinion. You put patterns.
It is. So that's why I was saying we're gonna have to boycott. And I've looked it up. You cannot have a mobile store and sell beer and cigarettes. But that's what our people are spending their money on at these stores. Is
Lotto.
beer, cigarettes, lotto, and what's the other one? Beer, cigarettes, lotto. Is one more. Is one more. But you can't go mobile. Oh yeah, sending money like Western Union, stuff like that. They won't let you go mobile for some reason. And I believe that's to cut us out of the market. But it's legal for would it DoorDash to deliver beer and wine? I haven't ordered any, but it says you can order it, you know, when you go
Right.
to place your order. So if that's legal, then why can't we have mobile stores? Because I would rather deliver it to my people than to have them those people in our community that are not giving back. They don't employ us, not even to do their lawn care, you know, not even
Mm-hmm.
to wash their windows, not even to do their roofing when their roof needs to be replaced, not even to fix their HVAC. Now they'll hire us for that because they feel
No,
like
but
it's gonna be
I'm
cheap.
saying as
Hmm.
the business, like a black, like they don't really spend with black businesses. Like even if they need stuff done, I know guys that's in certain fields and they don't get much participation from, you know, the immigrant community because they more spend with their own. Like
Yeah.
India's, like we know like the Asians, like they're really they're really disciplined on spending with their own people. So we don't understand that and we have to be just more disciplined because we're not getting too much money going from anywhere else. But unspoken vibes, go ahead, man. I wanted you had something to get off.
Yeah. I was just gonna touch on that real quick. I also want to briefly clarify before I touch on that. Yeah, I have no problem with immigration, but mass immigration is a problem. I will admit that. I'm not talking about mass immigration because mass immigration is the same as wage theft. That's the I believe that's uh a predatory practice of capitalism. Basically, they mass import immigrants in here to keep wages low because they'll do the work for less, and that undercuts us.
Mhm.
So I'll put that out there, and also just touch on what you guys were talking about. Yeah, they do spend with their own community a lot more, and they also try to work with their community and they try to put their people on to jobs. I've seen it firsthand. People that are more qualified for positions don't get the job because they know somebody or they
Hmm.
inside on that work site that'll put in a word for them to get there. Or I've also seen this, they will also get our workers in trouble so they can bring their friends in. They'll be like, yeah, this person's not doing any work, this person's over here. Especially in construction, they'll be like, such and such is sitting on his behind right now, he's not working. As soon as you walk off, he's not doing anything.
Yeah.
And then they'll bring in their friends, which I mean, it's one of the things I think we as a FBA community have to be aware of and start reinvesting into ourselves a lot more. Because like you said earlier, we have a 2.1 trillion spending power, and we're putting all our money into other communities. And I also think this is probably because we also had our arms open to all these ethnic groups. Because we've historically we've been very open to other people of colors. Um, so is it when the people say FBAs are divisive? It's like, nah, historically we were very open. We looked out for everybody. All those alliances and coalitions, the black and brown alliances, all that. We already tried to do that. We seen how you guys do it. Did us. None of the energy was reciprocated. You guys have undermined us. You guys get into positions of power and then just look out for your communities. Don't do anything for us. So it's just like, yeah, no, we're going to focus on ourselves now. So like that whole FBA delineation movement started because you guys are not reciprocating the energy that we, have most graciously given out historically. So
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. I think we've been open to everybody, not just other people of color, because I've been in classrooms with Hispanics, with people from India, with people from China, you know, and though, I mean, it's, you know, Haitians, Jamaicans, everybody. So I think we've been open to everyone, but it's like we were thrown into this, right? We go into the classroom, you may have one Chinese, one Hispanic, one, you know what I'm saying? But now I look at these schools on Facebook, I look at their pictures, I don't see any FBA kids. Not here in my county in Florida, I don't. I don't know what's going on, but I do realize that a lot of our people have mixed with people that are not FBA. And if the man is not in the house with this woman who's not FBA, she's not going to teach the kids how to dress, how to iron their clothes, how to do certain things. And you guys have seen immigrants talk about us saying those clothes are iron starchy or whatever. But that's the way we are. You know?
Right, right. I got Grant. I got Grant just jumped in the chat, man. Grant, what's good, family?
How are you doing?
Good, good, man. What's good with you?
Nothing much. Just listening to the panel speak. Speak, and I think I don't know, the gentleman who was speaking before me. He talked about he didn't have an issue with immigrants, although he did make the distinction of immigrants who are being brought in order to undercut, you know, salaries and wages of Americans, which I completely agree with. I do think there's some misinformation or misunderstanding of immigration and how it works and how it impacts African Americans. I think the young lady who was talking about being HVAC and her Uber driver being a mechanical engineer,
Mm-hmm.
and wondering why he doesn't have a job. The reality is not all degrees can be transferred into the States, correct? That's not, you can't go to a university out of the country and just show up and get a job. Now some do, there is some reciprocity, but there is an accreditation. You have to, your particular degree has to be has to go through a review process. At the end of the day, I think if we're talking about how African Americans or FBAs, I'm not sure what language or particular words you guys are using. I think if you're discussing how do we figure out a way to improve our particular situation, I don't know if focusing strictly on immigrants is where you're going to find the most money, because I don't think immigrants have the money. They may have a percentage of the money, but the highest percent of the money right now is not with immigrants. It's with other Americans. And you have to address that discrepancy more than it is to sort of spend time on immigrants. It seems like a fool's errand to spend that much time on a group of people who are largely not collecting the wealth today.
Add something first.
Sure.
Oh, he has his contractor's license, HVAC contractor's license for the state of Florida. And then second, who are you considering an American? Because an immigrant can become an American citizen. So who are you referring to on that?
Well, I'm making the assumption that we're assuming that someone who's just came here as a first, you know, their parents or themselves just came here as a recent immigrant. I'm not sure anyone has a particular time gap, but that would be the assumption that that I would say most people would be using.
So can I ask you, when did the first, I'm going to use them as an example, when did the first Haitian come to the U.S.?
I will be the first to say I don't have a particular knowledge of the first Haitian coming.
Okay. Were they brought here to fight against FBAs and, for example, the Seminole Wars with the Spanish against FBAs and the British? Yes or no?
Repeat the question again.
Okay.
Sorry.
What I'm saying to you is you're speaking of first, second, third, whatever gen, right? But these people have an ingrained hatred for us, and they stick together no matter what generation. They know our history better than we do, because if we knew our history, then we would know who built the national monuments all around this country, all around Russia, all around Mexico, all around Hungary, Paris,
Right, but hold on.
Yeah, but I
Your
go ahead.
question was, Grant. What was your question specifically, though, for the chat or for us? What was it specifically about the immigrants?
Who, me or the young lady?
Yeah,
Because
you,
I
you,
wasn't
you.
I wasn't asking the question. She asked the question. She was asking the question.
You
She
were
asked
Okay.
stating
something
that
about
immigrants.
when did the Haitians, when were they first brought to the States? I'm assuming that was the question.
No, I wanted you to distinguish between immigrants and Americans because you just told me first gen, right? You're referring to immigrants as first gen.
I'm saying, yeah, recent. I'm sure we can if you have a different
Mhm.
demarcation line, we can use that. But I'm saying my particular demarcation would be someone who's relatively new, that their parents or
Yeah.
themselves recently came to the country.
Right.
And
And
again,
you're coming off as a liberal Caucasian. You do realize that
I'm
because
coming.
for yeah, for you
No,
to say first gen, right? First gen, right?
Okay,
And you know that
I'm not sure.
President Trump and a few others, they're wanting to actually interpret, right, the civil rights movement or whatever. They want to interpret these things in such a way that it actually takes away the citizenship of immigrants that have taken political office, judges that have lifetime, you see what I'm saying? Governors, people that make laws.
Yeah.
So that's what
So
he's doing.
yeah.
He's
So
trying to do that.
let them go.
I would say that um, most the laws are a feature of the law. Correct, is interpretation. Something is going to be by analogous. So something has to be analogous to some previous case. Correct. So you would say you have these rights expanded based on a particular period in time. And does this new classification of individuals or people fit within that previous analogy? So if you believe that people are free and this other group of people don't have these freedoms, and you believe that this new group of people should fit within that, and it's analogous to this former group, and does this new group fit within that
Mhm.
within that
Exactly.
feature? That's typically how we go about laws, correct? But
Okay, so
I'm
that's
not
the
sure that has
reason.
anything. I'm not sure that has
That's
anything
mhm.
that is
It
nothing. I don't
does.
think.
I'm about to get to it. That's the reason I asked you to tell me when were the first Haitians brought here. Because see, FBAs, the people that were here on this land, and you know the history. The people that were already here, we had to ally with someone else. And I know this is true because we're still allies with them today. They're our next door neighbors. They have their side of town, we have ours. That's the way it was.
I'm happy to,
So
but
our
I'm happy to,
ancestors
but I don't
allied
necessarily. So
with
let me just
them.
say this: I'm happy to use your definition of immigrant. Correct? You asked me what my definition was. We don't have to sort of beat the dead horse in this case. Where
Mhm.
if you want to say, I can fundamentally disagree with you, Grant, on your position point. I'm willing to grant that as an example. Say, okay, I'm okay with that. And if you want to make the demarcation line 1872, I can have that conversation on
I
that as
see.
well. I'm just saying that would be what I would consider as a general concept of what most people were talking about for immigrants, because I don't think anyone right now alive really
Mm-hmm.
can speak to someone born in 1872, because
Mm-hmm.
it's not going to
Mm-hmm.
impact the conversation today unless you want to make that the demarcation line. And I'm happy to do
Okay.
that, but I just don't know if that's what most people are talking about, at least in this modern conversation.
Yeah.
Right, right. But hold on. I want to get one out. But Grant, you said something where you said African American. Do you believe that Africans came over here to America?
In the sense as part of prior to the transatlantic slave trade.
Who
Right.
we are. Who
Like who
are
we are.
FBAs.
Do you consider people in America that they come from Africa?
No, I think Black Americans are more than likely, at least the evidence says that we were more than likely from the western parts of Africa. But there is no
You
reason
said
to believe.
we, you're Caucasian. You're not black.
Okay.
I mean, either I mean, we're not even there, but you saying history states that we are what from the western part?
He is. He's Caucasian. He came from Africa. Semites. Semi means
Right.
half of something.
So
Great.
I said
Go
that is
ahead.
more than likely based on what I think we know what the evidence is. That doesn't
Right, but
necessarily
think
mean
about
that.
this. Think about this. Pangea. I mean, if you say that, you gotta like all of the lands was connected at one point. So to
Yes,
say
but
that
that period in history, correct? That was not when humans. You can say that there's this moment where there may have been less water. You can see where different continents are shifting away from each other. Um, so yeah, there's a possibility. That does not necessarily mean that there weren't Africans who left the shores of Africa, correct, and came to the
But why
north
does it
North
always
America.
have to be that direction? See, that is your history, your story.
Okay, so I would just ask, do you believe that at least the earliest humans started on the continent of
I
Africa?
like to go by artifacts. Our ancestors wrote in stone.
Okay,
So you
so
can
my
talk all day and tell me all day, but I know I
but do you
see
believe that? But do
national
you?
monuments that you can't build.
I'm not sure what monuments have to do with whether or not you believe that that humans, as a general case, humans first started on the continent of Africa. Is that a position point that we agree on?
no, I'm not
Okay,
agreeing on
okay.
that. No.
So
I don't know
so
what
where
that
do
is.
you think humans? Where do you? How do you think humans came about?
Oh,
Well, I'm gonna go this route. If we look at scientific data, right? The first bones and the first anything, the longest that was found is from here in America.
Okay, that's a that's an interesting take.
Yeah. So why they say everybody comes from Africa, I don't get it. I think it's a it's
especially since people in Africa are so primitive. People in the Caribbean very primitive because they came from Africa, right, sir?
So you think that people in Africa are primitive in what sense?
Well, first off, those in Haiti, those in Jamaica, those in Cuba, Puerto Rico, you name it. They're not indigenous to those lands. Those in Mexico, they're not indigenous to Mexico.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with you.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so your point on immigration, okay? Your point on immigration is what exactly? Like, because you're, it sounds like you're saying first gens can get out of here, but the rest of us should be able to stay.
no, I'm not. No, I wasn't saying that. I was just trying to figure out, like, at what point are immigrants our problem, and to what extent are there other problems that are hindering African Americans or Black Americans or Indigenous Americans or
So you
um,
want to know our experience with them, what we go through.
I think we know the experience, but if you're talking about how do you carve up a pie, correct? If you're saying, let's say white people exist in this world that we're in, and white people control the vast majority of the wealth, and then there's this small slither of groups of people that are showing up in this world, and they happen to be called, let's call them immigrants. You can pick whatever demarcation line, and yet still, when you add them into the pie gets larger, and yet still there's still a group of people. In this particular case, we'll call them white people for the sake of this argument, who are still have the largest percentage of that pie as it relates to wealth. Why spend time like why spend so much time on a group of people whose wealth isn't, and when you look at the pie, isn't necessarily extractive from African or Black Americans or however you want
Okay.
to
First
classify it?
off, they have we have a system here in the United States, right? Capitalism, part of that system, right? Some of us have products on the grocery store shelves, right? Vitamin water sold to Coca-Cola, aka Berkshire Hathaway, aka Warren Buffett, for $4 billion, one product. So
Yes.
your people, the immigrants, they want to shut all of that down, right? They want to shut down big grocery stores, okay? The people that are actually marketing and selling our products, they want to shut, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, let me get
so,
more specific with them. You're right. Not even, but this, just like we said, this show is about how a country immigrant artist said that immigrants built the country.
mhm.
And I don't know if you familiar, Grant, with a Fat Joe, an artist, is saying that Latinos and black people created hip hop.
Yes. So I will.
History. Go ahead.
Yes, I agree that a lot of people say stupid things. So I mean, whether
Yeah, but yeah, but when
I don't
people
agree with
say
that statement that he
right,
said.
but when they say stupid things, if you say a lie enough times, it becomes true, especially with mainstream people with influence. So
Mhm.
just like how you feel that you don't feel that people are coming from America, like we had 2,000 pyramids here, in the past, and they think of pyramids, you think of where? You think of Africa, right?
No,
Where you think of when you think of pyramids?
well, uh, many different pyramids can be found all over the world. They don't have to. They're not concentrated just
But
in.
where was okay? So who had the most? What piece of land had the most pyramids?
I don't know the most, but I definitely know that there are quite a few of pyramids in the Americas.
Okay, in the Americas, right, right, right. So
Yes. Mhm.
basically, this
Because
land has.
building up, correct, given their primitive materials, correct, and they have primitive tools, that would be the most likely types of buildings that a group of people who don't have the resource or the technology we have today that they would build. But again, it just depends on how you think about those things and whether or not you find pyramids to be impressive. But as modern humans, pyramids
It
are
ain't. Yeah,
not as
no, it's
they're
not
not that
that it's.
impressive given that those early humans have very little technology.
In your opinion,
Right.
because they did
Right.
have technology. You think the car, the plane, cruise lines were just built within the last 200 years? You know that's a lie. And that's another thing too,
But
right?
you're
Like,
making an assertion with no evidence, correct? That's the problem. Is like I'm willing to grant that you're saying that what you believe, but we can all say things that we believe. But in essence, you would need to provide some evidence that if you believe that planes were invented prior to uh, modern times, that's fine. But there needs to be evidence, and it can't be drawings on the sides of caves, correct?
well, if you take, okay, so if you're saying that, then answer me
Got
this:
you, Shane. Hold on.
when were these national monuments, these buildings built?
What
Were
national
they
monument? You
built
talking about
200 years ago or 100 years ago? Were they? Did it take them just 2 years to build these buildings?
you're saying for the uh, in the United States, or what are we talking? Are you
Like,
talking about the
just use
pyramids?
the United States for an example. Like all of the buildings in DC, Chicago, Cincinnati, San Francisco, New York, Buffalo,
Do I think
all
they were
over.
built? Do I think they were built in the last 250 years? Yes.
You think that? Okay. So when was the Sistine Chapel?
If you don't think that the buildings were built that are here currently in the United States weren't built in the last 250 years, we are living in a completely different
Oh,
reality than
wow.
each other.
If they were
You
built in the
have to
last,
be, because
first
no
off,
one believes that the buildings that are currently standing today, for the most part, in the United States, were not built in the last 250 years.
who doesn't
Got
You,
you.
you
Got you. Listen, hold on. But let's keep it to this, guys. Your question was, what is our problem with immigrants coming to this country? Right. That was your first issue,
yeah,
right, Grant?
I haven't. I'm not the one that went to like the building stuff. I'm just trying to
Right,
figure
right,
out
right.
where.
I got you. But I'm trying to control the pack. I got Shane Go on the line. Shane Go. Um, you want to rebuttal his what is the problem with the immigrants that we have? He was
Yeah,
saying,
man. Peace
yeah.
to the family, the Aboriginal FBA family, man. Salute to all y'all, bro. I gotta just ask the brother, man. Like, so did he say what tribe he comes from? What tribe or what ethnicity he comes from?
Yeah, where are you from, Grant?
I'm from California.
Come
I
on,
would
bro. I mean the ethnicity, dog. Come on.
I
Just
would
be straight with us, bro.
I'm very much so black in every sense of the word.
Oh boy, here we
Okay.
go.
You don't
All right. We got, I mean, we ain't got
Okay, bro.
the way
you
you
don't I mean
say it, like, it's just
you don't I
it's
mean
a little
I
bit
can
racist sounding.
If
No, I mean it sounds very evasive because I'm just asking like, what's your lineage, bro? Like, I'll say I'm Black American. I've been here. My people been here since before the 1800s. Like, it's real easy for me to do it. When you don't do that, it looks very odd.
Yeah, so my family has been here since whatever beginning in which African Americans or Black Americans were on this land. So.
All right, bro.
Okay, so describe your features. What is an FBA type features? What do we look like?
Oh,
I have
no.
We going.
Hold on. Let Shane go. Let Shane go. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, no, we I don't want to get too far in the weeds. My thing is, so are you a Republican or a Democrat or independent?
I'm not sure what that has to do with anything, but
it has a few things. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah,
you see that?
Yeah, I'm definitely not a Republican. So
okay,
are you a Democrat?
It's okay if you're a Democrat, bro.
Yeah. So I know what I'm okay with. I think I've adorable.
He said Tifa.
Antifa's not a thing. But I was saying I would lean more Democrat liberal. Yep.
Okay. But this is the thing. This is why I brought it up, because that's our problem with some of the Democrat/immigrant policies. They prioritize other people over us, which is why we have an issue with some of these people saying and doing what they do. That's why Water Guy had to cook on bro's head a little bit, because you guys are trying to represent us, but you don't have our best interests at heart, and you're not even from our lineage. So there's a problem here. You understand that? Or is there a disagreement with that?
I'm not sure from what lineage you're referring to.
FBA, Black American, Foundation for Black America.
I think I answered that question that I would imagine I am, but I'm not necessarily sure.
No. I'm saying, do you understand where we're coming from by us questioning this immigration boost and
yeah,
us?
Yeah, but I would just say that the largest change in immigration were put forward by Republicans. So if you look at the H-1B visas, that was actually put forward by Clarence Thomas' wife. She was part of the think tank that actually put those changes forward in order to help corporations bring in cheap labor. And you can go.
Clarence Thomas FBA?
Yes, he is.
I think he's Gullah.
I don't know.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can, unless someone sent out a list of who is or isn't within the group. I'm going to have to assume that if someone has dark skin or black skin, or we would visually consider them to be African American or Black American, at this moment, I would have to imagine we would have to put them in that category. Correct?
It depends.
We come in all shades here.
Right, but the political party that Shane asked you said that you veered towards the liberal side, and it makes sense because you were saying like, hey, what are the immigrants doing here to, pose a threat on us? And that's kind of the same message that they kind of, but if we see the Black Caucus, are you familiar with the Black Caucus, Grant?
The Congressional Black Caucus?
Yeah.
Or just, yes.
You familiar with that? You know who's the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus?
I think the Congressional Black Caucus is a feckless, useless grouping of people who don't.
We agree on that for sure.
So you agree on that, right? Right. So think about this.
I don't find their meddling and their inability to be thoughtful in how they approach policy. I think it's mindless, and it completely does not help anyone.
Okay, that's a perfect. So this is a perfect example of why you said how immigrants don't affect us. The chair of that is a first immigration immigrant, and she got a Caribbean caucus that they do to try to funnel Americans and have a Caribbean environment here in the United States. So
funded by our money.
Yeah, funded by our money. So do you see how immigrants play a role into our politics, just how you saying with the Black Caucus?
Yeah, but I would just say the immigrants actually add to our country. That is my position.
What have they invented?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, but we're bringing you direct on what, like I told you with the Black Caucus. I can give
Yeah.
you examples of like the Black Panther, like the guy who tried to be the chair of the new Black Panther. We can give you cases of people who come from immigrant descent. Look at Byron Donalds.
Hmm.
Okay, he's trying to run for governor here, and he's not for our reparations, but he's a first
Who's
generation
he?
immigrant.
Was here? What? I don't know what state that is. In your
Florida.
particular state? Oh, Florida.
Florida.
Okay, sorry
Yeah.
about that.
And let's
So,
not forget how they kill us. You
but
know,
I'm just bringing you big points on like how immigration is affecting our dollars, what we say in our policy. So for you to say how is it affecting you, and I'm bringing you these glaring points.
Yes,
I'm
but I
bringing you
also
the
think,
black. Go
but
ahead.
I think if you focus in on just like here are these examples, right? Here are these anecdotal evidence, but then you take a slightly if you kind of pull back a little bit and you can sort of see the whole picture. I think often if we let's just say we use the same language you're using, and we can talk to a white person how they feel about African or Black Americans, and they could say Black Americans, and they can say foundational Black Americans, they harm our white women, correct? And then, but every Black person is saying, but we do all these other things. But then they come back around and go, but remember, this one Black person did this one horrible thing. And I think the problem with having that vantage point or having that viewpoint is that can be applied to everyone. And so when you sort of pull back a little bit, you can see a much better sense of what are the positives and the negatives. And I think it's important to make those distinctions. That doesn't necessarily mean that what points you're putting forward are invalid, but I do think, engaging in certain rhetoric can be harmful because that same rhetoric can be leveraged against you. And that's the part I think we have to understand, that the moment that you begin to sort of mimic and mirror the kind of rhetoric that largely comes from racist, that comes towards Black Americans, you aren't helping the case. You're actually just building the case that is okay. That treatment of
we're actually reacting. We're reacting.
Yeah, you missing it. I think you're missing the whole. It's like you missing it. It's like what I'm saying, even about the caucus, and you saying that they're useless, right? But they're using our name. They're calling themselves the Black Caucus, and they're using our pain for what our ancestors go through, and they're
I don't
using
disagree,
that.
but I also don't. But I would just say this: I don't disagree with your position that this blending of Black and people of color, as some broad sense, that all the experiences are the same. We can agree
Right.
that.
Okay, we can agree on that. Do you agree that an immigrant should be granted access to speak on United States politics? Even a first generation immigrant. Do you believe that they should be able to speak to somebody whose family who been at this country for a long time?
As a fundamental part of our Constitution, the moment you have the right to have representation and speak. That's we all have to fight for the same rules. The
So maybe
rules
we
are
need to change that. Maybe
right.
FBAs, we're going to have to change that because the jig is up. Yes, you guys have a gripe against President Trump and his people, okay? But as it stands, he's kind of allies with us right now. So whatever you say, it don't mean anything because you guys have shown your hatred towards us. You kill us in the street.
I got you.
You banned against us in the courtrooms.
Shame.
Okay, in the hospitals. You don't help us at all. And as far as them, having industry, yes, we have that opportunity. We can actually buy out entire corporations. They go out of business all the time. We can go to the auction and buy an entire warehouse. So it's called liquidation, right? That's part of capitalism, It's part of the stock market. Things go up, things go down. It's a system that we built, and that's why you guys are here. Because you can't do it in your country. You can't go open a food truck in your country.
Let them go.
Yeah, so I think I would just say that do you know where the beginnings of capitalism started?
Here, with our ancestors.
No.
We manufactured the first watch, the Rolex.
No, capitalism did not
the
start.
Elgins.
no,
Okay.
capitalism did not start in the United States, and
We
I
had
think this
different
is,
grocery
you
stores.
know,
You
the
go to
first.
Africa, you go to Haiti.
Hold
You
on,
know,
Durham,
I
let him
just
go.
think
Let him go.
that I think I don't dis I hear your positions, correct?
Right.
I think we've been trying to have a very thoughtful conversation. I've tried to remain, respectful and listen.
Yeah.
Don't think I've tried to talk over you. But I also think it's 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 okay to say you don't know something. I will be the first to say I don't know, and I'm willing to try to make sure that I'm hearing someone. But I also
it's
think
no
Okay.
common sense.
Hold
And
on,
look
hold on,
at
Audrey.
what's
Hold on, Audrey. Let's let somebody go. Shane, go ahead. I got Ray Al. I'm gonna let them go. Um,
Yeah.
and I'll get they take. But go
No,
ahead,
no,
Shane.
no, you good. Yeah, I don't want to distract from the main thing, but if you want to go to the origins of capitalism, you can look at the Moors in Iberia and Spain, that area, right? They were doing their thing. Then Hanseatic League capitalism came later around cities like Lubeck. But the reason why she brought that up is because Black Americans historically, we've been using capitalism in our version of it to benefit us as a bolstering factor against the racism and white supremacy in this nation. Booker T, people like that from that era, the Reconstruction era, we was building up things. We had a lot of wealth and a lot of resource, and it was siphoned away by us muddying ourselves and diluting ourselves into this flat blackness concept during the turn of the century in the early 1900s, going later into 1920s, 1930s, and 40s. So
I don't want to believe that we were against each other, like how people say we sold
Let them
ourselves.
go. Right, right, right. Let them go. Let
oh
them
yeah,
go.
I understand what she's trying to say.
Sometimes things
Yeah.
were taken.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Towns were burned down, things of this nature.
Yeah.
And, we
Exactly.
were forcibly integrated and coerced into integration with the larger dominant society because we had our own breakaway culture as a mechanism of self protection. So that's where we're coming from with this FBA. We want to return to that. That doesn't mean we hate anybody. That doesn't mean we want anybody to suffer, whatever. We just want to look out for self. And this utopian, intersectional type of rhetoric, we're not interested in that anymore. It's not feasible financially even. So
Right.
that's all I got to add on that.
We thought we were a melting pot. That's why I was saying we were comfortable with our classmates. We were comfortable with society, right? But they weren't comfortable with us.
Absolutely.
We have kangaroo courts. Y'all don't have that same experience.
Now we got Ray Al. Let me see what Ray Al, man. How you feel about this, Ray L? What's good, family? You want to
Peace,
get on the chat?
everybody. Let me first say this. Black Americans should never feel that they have to shrink themselves to make other people feel tall. We have a great legacy in this country. Um, we have great Black men and Black women who set a foundation long ago that allowed us to not only create institutions that best represented our people, but many other groups of people wanted to participate in our institutions to help their people. So, for example, when you look at Tuskegee uh, Institute of years ago, um, when Booker T. Washington was running it, there were groups of people like Indians, Chinese, Japanese, Caribbeans, and Africans that actually attended Tuskegee. And the reason why was because Tuskegee was a beacon for oppressed people of the world who wanted to get their people oriented toward the new economy that was coming into the world in terms of industrialization. So, with Booker T. Washington and George Washington Carver, who was one of the greatest scientists the world has ever known, many groups of people wanted their men specifically, but even females too, to actually come to this institute because it became the vanguard of Black um, uh, technological thought, which is why even in places like, let's say, for example, Liberia has a school named after Booker T. Washington that's set up on the same founding kind of principles that Tuskegee was operating on. So from this school, you had things like the Negro Farmers Conference, which allowed blacks um, to It allowed people like George Washington Carver to help other black farmers improve their farming techniques. Then you had the National Negro Business League, set up in 1900, which was a consortium of black men and women, because black women were a part of the organization as well, that allowed black people to pool their resources together and engage in commerce and trade. Madam C.J. Walker was a part of it as well. So from this particular perspective, black people have never really needed the government's help. We never needed like politicians' help like that. We have been a people who have been able to sustain ourselves even in the worst Jim Crow situations possible. What has happened is that through the political machinery, we've lost this ability. We've lost the ability to trust each other, to work with each other. The idea that in segregation was necessary for black people to work together is completely false, and it gives power to white people because it makes it seem like without them segregating us, we would never been working with each other. Well, before we had any interactions with white people, we worked together. That's how it worked. So when it comes to all these types of talk about black people delineating, what people have to realize is that this is the reason why delineation is necessary, because we did all of the Pan-Africanism. We did all the multiculturalism, which is a way for black people to turn away from our true culture. We accepting everybody else's culture, but don't really understand that many of the people you think aspects of their culture is theirs, they actually learned it from you. Okay. And so many of these people use this notion of the model minority myth, which is anti-blackness in its nature. They use it against black people to make black people think that they're against white folks and they're against the man. And then when they get an upper hand in America, like what we've seen some of these black politicians do, once they get close to white people, they forget about the very black people who get them in office, specifically because without black American votes, they would never get in office. There's not enough of them. So it's been a circle and it's been a dog and pony show going on for too long. And this is why delineation is necessary, because when we opened up our doors to foreign people, once they got themselves in a better position, or what they thought was a better position, they turned their backs against black people and undermined black people's position.
Right. So Grant, you heard? Did you understand in the perspective of Ray L?
Yeah, it was a a great history lesson on capitalism. I don't think I have an issue with that.
Are you a Pan-Africanist?
I don't think so. No.
He's not even a Pan-African.
Right. So you basically a liberal Democrat. That's the mindset, so you're for protecting the immigration, but Obama deported a lot of people too. Did you vote for Obama?
Yeah, so I think there's a key part of it is I think people are focused on Obama deporting, which is a good thing. He should have. I think that's what our expectation is. If you're not here legally and you should be deported, then the system should work that way. And I think what's fanciful is that people are on the one hand saying, well, Obama deported, therefore, why are you angry at this current iteration of it? But in essence, the Obama immigration enforcement deported more people, and you didn't have to put up an apparatus like this. And I think those distinctions are important. And so I think it appears that there's this desire to have a gotcha, but really no one who is of a thinking brain, correct, who is on what I would perceive, you guys assume, is on some sort of left end of the spectrum, doesn't believe that there should be some reasonable application of the law and enforcement of the laws that are currently on the books. And so I don't necessarily know if there's anyone.
What? But bro, it's been laws that's on the books been going on like this from the beginning of time. Slavery was in the law. So,
yeah, but you already agreed that during the Obama administration, if we're talking just strictly on your position point, I'm not saying that you have other issues, but we're talking strictly and narrowly about the Obama.
Right. Why didn't they protest when immigrants was being deported
See,
during
that's your,
Obama?
but that's your framing. You're framing it as if people are protesting against, sending immigrants away. It's
I
not.
They
know,
are.
but
They
we live
don't.
in Florida, right? So
Yes.
we haven't seen anyone deported during the Obama administration.
Okay.
So were those numbers even real?
I mean, does a tree make a sound when you're not around? Yes. You mean your eyes, there's no way that you as a one individual, that you and what your experiences are reflective of what's happening.
Right.
I'm
So
not
we
saying
gonna
you
go
should.
with the numbers. Right. We can't say they're not real, even though we didn't see it. It definitely we didn't see it like this. You know what I mean?
I
I
definitely
mean,
saw people coming in. I'm telling you that. Definitely. First
What?
gen
Hold on. Hold on. This is.
Haitians here in Florida. Oh my goodness.
But hold on, because a lot of times people like to circle jerk with this argument. Okay, let's look at the facts. Historically, legal and illegal immigration has always been used to undermine the strength of black male labor. This goes even all the way back to when the labor unions first formed in the United States, many of them of which many white Europeans occupied and threatened to not work if they allowed black men to work inside them. Okay. So let's be clear when we talk about immigration. Legal or illegal immigration has never been for the benefit of black people, specifically black male labor. Whenever you bring a group of people into a country, you depress the wages of the country overall, okay? Especially cheap labor. You can
You
bring
sound like
people at a cheaper clip. You can bring
yeah.
people at a cheaper clip, and this displaces the native born people, okay? This is a
And
fact.
you sound like Bernie Sanders, and that therein lies the problem. Is this conflation that if you could look at Bernie Sanders, and I'm not a Bernie Sanders supporter, that his position has always been that immigration has devastated American-born American citizens, particularly in the middle class, and has driven down um, their wages. Because ultimately, the same thing that was happening to white Americans when Black Americans began to come out of the South. I'm not sure anyone here believes that, but let's just say that people who were in that as the migration up from southern states into the northern states began to displace white workers because of those low wages. They had
So
to
what
assimilate.
happened to the black people that were already in those cities?
So here's how things. I'm gonna explain how things work. So you can have, let's say, a population. Let's call it 100 people, and then in that 100 people, you can have, let's say, 5% who are black. And in that 5%, they could just be a nominal, and the rest are 95% white. They don't really impact anything because
But
they
we
are
were
not
here
really.
first.
Hold
So we
on.
were the biggest population. You guys had to come over on boats.
Let them go. Let them go. Go ahead. Go ahead and
Okay,
finish.
so let's say for a second we could do we agree that Black Americans are now roughly about 13% or 12% of the population?
No, not with a 1.2, is it $2.1 trillion spending? We don't even make that much money to spend that much for it to
So
be 48, 43 million of us.
so okay.
I mean, that 43 million is you are you including people who are biracial? That's probably including people that are full-blooded, you know.
Okay, I'm just assuming that
There's
by the
more of
census, which
us. It's my point.
I'm not
There's got
sure
to be
you.
at least 150 to 250 million of us. That's
Okay,
why they're worried about us.
I
two
don't want to get distracted from because we
Right.
got to keep him on the point. You know what I'm
Yeah,
Yeah,
saying?
keep them on the point. Keep them on the point.
Yeah.
okay.
No, stay
So
on the point.
the point being is that your position when you're talking about the displacing of citizens, correct, is that the influx of immigrants uh, ultimately harms their ability to make their wage. So you sound more like a leftist than you do someone who is on the right. because that is not the position point of a capitalist. A capitalist wants to have cheap labor because their ability to make money off of cheap labor puts more money into their pockets and increases their margins. If you're just talking about how those two systems work or how those particular ideologies work. And that's
how you guys work. That's not how
Wait,
our
hold on,
ancestors
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
but you're not dealing with your ancestors. You're dealing with the way America exists today.
Yeah, but
You can live in a
Hold on,
fantasy
Audrey,
world
hold
of
on.
whatever you're making up, but then you still have to live in a world that's currently in, that's America, that we clearly are not the Black Americans, no matter how you try to turn it into dollars, still is not the majority group of people in the States. The majority of people right now as a cohort would be white Americans.
Hold on. Before you even say that, let me ask you this question. Do you believe Black people as a collective should control their own labor?
Certainly.
Okay. Well, when Black people tried to do that, when Black people tried to control their own labor and build Black-centered towns, white people burned them down. Okay. So even when Black people were controlling their own labor, okay, because they didn't have the social mobility to compete in the overall larger society as other groups of people did. And in spite of that, they still competed at a high level. But in spite of them doing that, they still got attacked for it. So when we built the towns, hold on, when we built the town, hold on.
But who attacked them?
When we built it, white people did.
Okay. And what and those white people tended to have what ideology?
They had a racist ideology. That's what they had.
Okay, there you go. And there's one way to look at this. It's like one group wants to preserve or conserve those identities and a way of life that keeps whiteness centered in an economic system, correct? And so the destruction or the
be clear. Hold on, be clear about who you're talking about. Don't mince words. What specific group of people are you talking about when you talk about conserve?
White people.
But which group of white people? Politically oriented.
I would say conservatives who want to conserve.
Republicans.
Okay, but you're not being clear though, because you could be a conservative Democrat and you could be a conservative Republican. So which political party, which affiliation was most likely doing that? Conservative Republicans or conservative Democrats?
Oh, this is the old.
This is not the old anything. This is the truth.
This is just the historical narrative, bro. That's the
narrative. Just the fact. So the Democrats of the South, correct? The Dixiecrats, correct? Yes. The Democrats are correct. Yes. I know, it's hilarious. However, it's totally hilarious because those same people now, correct? It's odd because sure, the Republicans who now want to wrap themselves in democratic paraphernalia, it's almost as if those people are the same people who are now in the Republican Party. I mean, to pretend that the people who are wrapping themselves in the paraphernalia are the people you're supposed to hate, it just seems like an oddity. Well, I mean, it takes just a simple brain to sort of think through a group of people who you claim are bad, who were so bad that they were harming Black people. And then the group of people who are now draping themselves in that ideology are somehow good.
Greg, hold on.
There's just a sense of inability to sort of wrap your mind around the fact that as the political parties shifted, that as one group moved out of a particular area, the other one took over that ideology. That is how political parties work.
But Grant, who said we were left or right? We're neither.
You're what are you?
Our rhetoric is not right-wing rhetoric, bro.
I'm independent.
We're independent. I'm independent.
Right.
You're not independent.
So I'm a conservative then, huh?
You're very much so. I'm not sure what you are, but it's not within the classic sense of what the current Venn diagram looks like.
Brother, that Venn diagram is designed by Europeans for Europeans.
And there's very much so a possibility. But I would say that if you would walk through and you would put together a chart of where your beliefs are and what you're attempting to say, and most of it is sort of, it bounces back and forth between these ideologies depending on how you need to frame it. But if you are independent, great. I think that's a great thing to be. Is
One thing I do not like people doing to me when I'm having a discourse with them is trying to assume my intentions on what I'm saying.
Yep.
I say things straightforward as a man. That ain't ideological or political. That's just pure masculinity. Okay? I say it straightforward how I see it. Now, whether you disagree, whether you disagree with it or not, that's your choice.
Disagree with it, but
you have an ideology. But don't assume. But hold on, don't assume.
Your thoughts do not
don't assume the intent. Once once we told you we're independent, don't try to assume we're something else. Accept it for what we say it is.
I accept that. I accept that.
No, you didn't say. You didn't accept it. You said some other stuff. So I'm just
that's fine.
Sure, I'm just making sure, not for me. I'm just making sure that you understand.
I appreciate you sharing.
And the reason why I'm saying this is because this is how these people get y'all black people.
Mm-hmm.
They know that most of y'all don't really understand the true history of what has happened, because we've all been miseducated. That's the reason why Carter G. Woodson wrote the book The Miseducation of the Negro, because even Carter G. Woodson recognized in 1933 that much of the black political class had turned against black people's true interests. This is why he disagreed.
Were they really black? Were they immigrants?
No. I'm saying people. I'm saying people like Carter G. Woodson. He was for FBA. Okay, that's the reason why he disagreed with Du Bois and supported Booker T. Washington. That's why he talked about black people sending their children to Tuskegee, because he recognized that colleges had became just basically paper mills that were just churning out educated people. And one of his biggest premises of the book was that these same miseducated black people was going to come back to black America and miseducate black people into being dumb.
And that's what happened.
And that's exactly what happened. He tried to warn people. He tried to warn black people, do not let this happen. And unfortunately, black people let it happen. So what I'm saying is, when you look at the history, true men understand that you got to work with what you have. And people like Booker T. Washington didn't just work with Republicans. He worked with Democrats too. So when Tuskegee needed appropriations, when they wanted an appropriations in the legislature in Alabama, when he needed money for the school, there were two white Democrats running for re-election. And one of his right-hand men said that we could deliver the black vote for you, but if we deliver it for you, we need y'all to put appropriations in the legislature for Tuskegee, because the HBCUs were not getting the funding that the other white schools were getting. They won, and those white they delivered the vote. The white dudes won, and they delivered the appropriation for Tuskegee. Did he have to do business with some racist white folks? Of course he did. That's the game. They don't. None of these people have any problem when MLK is sitting down with racist LBJ doing business. All of a sudden, if it's a Republican, all of a sudden now racism is an issue. Well, if they all racist, then we need to figure out who can we get the best deal from, so we can get what we need, instead of being on all this one side or the other. We ain't on none of their side. We on our side.
But don't you think that money that they want to control, because that's what politics is, it's control of tax dollars. So why are we allowing them to control our tax dollars? Like, I'm going to use Chicago as an example. He just raised their taxes on the west and the south side only by about $900 to $1,000 or more each. Calculate that by 1 million people. That is $1 billion. So when I'm speaking here, I'm speaking on grassroots. We got to take control of our tax dollars. The jig is up. What happened in Somalia, they let it blow up. So now we know what's going on. There is no way that we should be having our tax dollars get wasted like that. They have proven they don't know what to do with the money. Okay? And who, it's lonely at the top. So no one needs to have that much money. I don't care if you're working at a fast food restaurant. Yes, you should be paid more money. The owner is sitting back collecting the check. They're not having to lift a finger. Okay? So everyone should be paid more. And I mean a lot more. If this job is paying $15 an hour, maybe it needs to pay $50 an hour. And I'm talking about a lot more. So that's how I believe our ancestors lived. That's how they believed, because innately it's inside of me. And when I look at these videos on Tartaria or whatever, those buildings were fit for kings and queens everywhere. So no one lived substandard. Our ancestors lived like kings and queens because we pay it forward. That's why I don't fall into this ideology that we sold ourselves. No, that is a primitive mindset. We're too intelligent for that. We treat each other too well. We have a moral code that doesn't, it's not like that. We have issues with immigrants because their moral codes are off.
So how do you propose we go from $15 to $50? Like, and then how do you propose you sort of aggregate this FBA tax dollars?
You pay your people more. If you're going to have employees, you pay them more. That's a start.
Okay. And how do we convince people to pay more?
We're not trying to convince you guys to pay more. That's why people
But who pays you? How do you convince your boss?
So they can understand industry from the inside out.
Are you self-employed?
No.
So you have a boss, correct?
I'm partially self-employed, but
okay.
No.
But the other one part you get to decide, and the other part you don't decide. How are you planning on getting that person that you report to pay you more? Just using you as an example.
Well, they're not going to. I just got an offer to the lady. She was like, you currently make such and such. She made me an offer for $17 an hour at my experience. But get this, my interviewer, he told me, basically that they're going to try to start you out at a very low number, but you're going to have to ask for more with your experience. And he didn't even test me. The lady said he was supposed to test me with an electrical meter, a multimeter. He never tested me because he knew what I was telling him was true. Because someone either told him or what I said to him added up. Because I'm an HVAC tech, right? So when I tell him certain things like going behind someone fixing something, I could give him the time frame on it, what I do, he knows. So from what you're saying, yes, I asked for more. She offered me $17 an hour. I told her, I was hoping to make more like $35 an hour, 30, 35. I don't know if I'm going to get a call back. I don't know.
So the plan is,
I was thinking maybe you guys would probably start me out at 25. That's fine. Will I get a call back? I don't know. Okay. I don't know. And really, as an HVAC tech, you can make 6 figures or better. So what you're saying is, and from my experience, both on construction sites and in more of the corporate world of HVAC, like all of it, right? My experience is with the management of the funds. For some reason, Caucasians, you guys don't manage your funds properly. That's it. Sorry.
Well, let me say this, because this goes back to what I was saying before. And this is a larger issue for FBA. Mm-hmm. And activism is all fine and well, but we wouldn't be able to wash our clothes if it wasn't for that Black woman who created the invention that became the foundational piece to what became the washing machine. Okay, that came from the mindset of a Black American woman. So the world should thank an FBA woman for creating the washing machine. Okay. Now, the reason why she didn't keep the patent was because she said if white women found out that a black woman created this, they wouldn't buy it. So she sold her patent. Okay. Now, this is what I'm talking about in terms of controlling your labor. See, other groups of people come over here and use the model that we used to use. Okay. So when we try to give credit to Asians, oh, Asians are this and they are that. They're using the script. They're not creating anything new. They know how America works. They know how this capitalist system works, and they build amongst their own. Okay, which means that your labor is going into something black owned, black centric. Okay, the problem is in terms of integration, our best and brightest mind have been siphoned from the benefit of working for the benefit of black people in a collective sense, and now it goes to the benefit of white people's companies.
It's funding. It's funding. And then too, like in some of these schools, like the polytechnics, the engineering firms, the engineering, if you create an invention, they want to keep it. They actually make you sign NDAs where they keep your inventions. So we have to be mindful of that. Even if your child in elementary writes a story, that school can go and sell it. They'll reap the benefits of that. So we have to gatekeep everything from infancy on up, right? And as far as reparations, I know this guy is against reparations because he knows that is
Let's
our
ask him. Let's ask him. Hold on, Grant. Are you for reparation?
Yeah, I think reparations make sense. I think there's been quite a bit of stolen wealth from Black Americans, and I think there has to be some repayment for that. Ultimately, American wealth has been built off of the backs of Black Americans, and it's
Right.
clear.
Right.
But
And
I would just say I would just say the feasibility of it would be a completely different question.
right. Okay. That I mean, kind of. But you do say you did say what will we go from here? Like where would we go? You said as far as what would FBA do? That's what you were saying, right?
No, I was asking specifically about sort of some of the young ladies,
Points.
her points that she was putting forward. Where
Oh,
like
okay.
what was her thoughts, what her plan was to implement what she was articulating.
hmm Yeah, because I worked for a company. They had a contract where they made over 100 million a year, right? Um, and you know what they would do is they would give back a few million back to the company at the end of the year instead of paying their employees more. And guess what? They only had the contract for 2 years. They lost the contract. Yeah. So y'all mismanage. Y'all f everything up. I'm just sorry. You do.
Who mismanaged?
Y'all mess
Who's
things up. You want cheap labor, and you don't care who you hire. You don't care that people don't know anything. They can just put on a show for you. Have good talking points, and you don't test them. You don't find them out, right? So then they cause you to lose contracts. They cause you to lose money because you're going. You don't manage
But
your money well.
you're basing that on I mean, but what are you basing that on?
I'm basing it on all of the different auctions that are around, like grocery stores going out of business.
And
And you have no problem with other brands taking over, like Humex, Doritos, or Totis. Different brands that you go down the aisle, like the Hispanic aisle or Oriental aisle, and then you go to their grocery store. See, you don't mind having their products, their grocery. See, here in the United States, yes, we do have a system, right? And it apparently it is working. It's not socialism. It's not communism. It's not what's going on in Cuba or Venezuela or Mexico, because that's the reason they're coming over here, because they may even have industry. Some of them have industry, but they're not managing it, right? They spend it. It's like they don't know how to re-up, basically. Black people, we know how to do that.
but you seem to use. How do you know that other countries don't do that? You seem to have a belief that other countries
Because
just have
it's
no
on the internet. It's called a documentary. It's called videos. It's called showing. If you're showing me you're living in a building where the roof is caving in, a concrete roof, you say you didn't build. You said, oh, this is from the colonial America years. You didn't build this building. So you don't know how to maintain it. That's why in Haiti, they don't have indoor plumbing. They don't have electricity like we
You really
do.
have a thing for the
It
Haitians.
doesn't go out. So I'm using that as an example.
I don't know what Haitian
No.
hurt you in the past, but you really don't like those.
I'm using them.
You don't like those
I'm using
Haitians.
them as an example
It's
because
okay. I mean, I've never
they
used the
did
Haitians as an
fight.
example, but I'm going to start using it because they
Right,
really
and
are
they
good.
paid reparations to France, and people they want us to believe that they paid reparations to France for their freedom, but you were already free. You paid reparations to France because you were allies with France.
Well,
And that
they didn't
island
pay
was supposed to
reparations to
belong to
France.
you in France, but you got rid of the indigenous people that were there who were FBAs.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting.
Let's circle back around to this. I want to break this down if I'm allowed, Brother Water God.
Yeah, do you think?
No doubt, bro.
Thanks for having me up too, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely a good bill, man. Good bill. But I will say this for the Democrats, because I'm not saying you represent them, Grant, but you definitely speaking.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
he represents them, bro. No, he representing. Go ahead.
Yeah, but no, I gotta say this. If you want to deliver a message to them people, tell them that FBA is a lineage. It's not a group in the sense of a political party line type thing. We go where the money goes for our benefit. We go where our benefits lie. So if they want to deal with us, they're going to have to pony up. That's what we're saying. We're not opposed to rocking with the liberal side. We want our tangible.
Right. Whoever have them tangibles, bro, I don't care if you're green, yellow, or purple, whatever party you represent.
We don't care. We want our tangibles. That's what we want. So moving forward, if the Democrats are serious about bringing us back to the table, we want our tangibles. It's as simple as that. And we want our credit for what we did too.
Right. And I want to interject. Hold on. I want to interject, Audrey. I want to interject. Why is it, Grant? This is for Grant. Why is it we had somebody in the chat was like, man, y'all why is it that all the liberals have to pin us to the right? Why is that all the time? Why do we have to make this seem like a right and left thing? Why do y'all do that? Grant, can you answer that?
Well, I would say rhetorically, you most certainly appear to at least have many of the same talking points, and so
what talking point is that? Give me an example.
Okay, well, it's hard. There's been quite a few.
Just give one.
Yeah, so I think yes. So the idea of the idea about and again, I'm assuming not all of you agree, so I'm just going to use what I heard.
Yeah.
Around capitalism, correct? And there seems to be this mythology around it, and that is a very Republican thing. That doesn't necessarily mean and Democrats are known for being hyper-capitalist, correct? So California, a Democratic state, is very capitalistic. But in order to sort of bring the capitalism and make it some mythology is a very right-leaning thing. And it's okay. I just think it's part of the ideology, and it shares a lot of the features. And there's a whole host of other things. And again, the panel has kind of all had different vantage viewpoints. So I'm not saying all of you do. So I don't want anyone coming at me.
So you're against us opening a hotel. If we wanted to go open a hotel right now, like if we wanted to go franchise and buy
you can go buy as many hotels you want. I have no problem.
I'm using that as an example because Trump owns hotels, right? Trump Towers, right? Just
he doesn't
luxury.
own those hotels. He licenses his name.
Whatever he does, right? But what I'm saying is, as FBAs, this is part of the financing part, right? We have to, constantly work to get ahead, and we have to work countless hours just to be able to invest that money. And part of that is being able to invest in things like real estate, like hotels, right? To get $1 million loan, you only need to put down 10%, like 100K. Sometimes
Can I just say this?
25%,
Can I try to say
250K,
something?
sell a
Can
house
I
or
say
two.
something? I
But
totally hear you.
in your world, you don't want that to be a possibility. You have no problem with these REITs buying up single family homes.
Right,
You
but
have
we
no
was in the
problem
political
with
party.
that.
Do you
Look,
think? But
right. Go
that's
ahead.
nothing to. I worked in real estate most of my life. I sold real estate for large banking institutions
Right.
across the country.
And
So
are you aware China buying up all of that oil land in Ohio and now mines in Arizona? Yeah, they wanna dig copper in Arizona.
yes, yeah. So but that's capitalism.
Taking
Like,
250 billion gallons
you've got to be
of
okay with
underground
capitalism.
water
It's
and
capitalism.
leaving the crater there and
But
shipping all the copper back to
young
China.
lady,
So basically you've hijacked this land
you like capitalism, and you got to be okay with that.
covertly. No, that's not that's called
Wait. Hold on.
what
So
they're
you're
doing
saying
it's called invasion.
right?
Hold on,
Wait.
Grant, have you ever heard of Teddy Roosevelt? You ever heard of Teddy Roosevelt?
Yes, I know who Teddy Roosevelt is.
Okay, he was a Republican, right?
Yep,
What is one of the most signature things he's known for?
breaking up the monopolies.
Okay, so that was it. That was within the way that capitalism was being operated at that time. He was willing to address some of the things as it related to uh, uh, the trust power and
Hmm.
breaking those powers. Correct.
Yes, he wanted
Okay.
controls on capitalism. Yep.
Now, what party unleashed the beast of capitalism during the 90s? Which one?
I'm going to assume it was the Democrats.
I mean, so for all this talk about capitalism being so bad, the Democratic Party
I didn't
sure
say capitalism.
unleashed.
I did not say capitalism was bad. That's your
But
position.
that's what you want to
I
do.
just
You
made
want to
the point
tax.
that
You want to
Because
tax ahead
and the reason,
tax,
I
unrealized
didn't say
sister,
gains
capitalism.
hold on,
tax.
I did
hold on,
not say capitalism was bad.
hold on,
I pointed
hold on.
out. I just want to make this point. Just want to make this point. The young lady said there were purchases within the United States by by organizations and entities and REITs. And what I was pointing out that is part of capitalism. That as capital moves around the world, that capital has no borders. And as long as you have the ability to purchase items, the ideas, particularly within neoliberalism, when it comes to capitalism, that there shouldn't be any borders when it comes to capital. So if you have the money to purchase something, you should be able to do it. And again, I was just pointing out that if she has an issue with it, the issue mainly sits with the fact that
So
because
that's
capital has no
okay.
borders, that is more likely to purchase.
Immigration, so y'all see where this is going, right? It's okay for them to buy up the United States, buy up the industry. See, he's not going to tell you how Japan bought up U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel that sustained the country through 1929 stock market crash. See, he's not telling you what they're doing as far as immigration. See, it's bigger than this. They not only took over the government,
Right,
but
but
they've
this.
taken over our industry
Yeah, because
and our
hold
land.
on. Because when you talk about okay, so I think black people it's good for black people to understand that okay, capitalism is a system, but there are people who use capitalism
The wrong
in
way,
different ways than other
monopolize it.
people. Okay,
See,
so for example,
that's the immigrants.
hold on. So for example, when black people, the black business class, 100 years ago, when they deployed capitalism for black people, it was for the benefit of black people as a collective. Their institutions were black centric. Black banks, black life insurance companies helped sustain black owned companies so they could grow over time. North Carolina, I think it's North Carolina Mutual and Trust. Think that's the name of it. At one point in time, was the most successful black-owned business in the United States. Okay, this is a business that Alonzo Herndon's former business partner started. Alonzo Herndon had the life insurance company that he had, but they both started as barbers and then they went into life insurance. So no, so the issue is not capitalism. The issue is that when there are foreign actors operating against the interest, because at the end of the day, even your most esteemed political people will tell you that all politics is local. So when you have foreign actors undermining the very fabric of communities and cities and going against the interest of the people that's going to the ballot box to vote, if these people see that their politicians are not protecting them from this mass of influx of capital that's working against their interests, of course they're going to be up in arms about it, because their representatives are supposed to represent them and make sure stuff like this doesn't happen. That's the whole point.
Exactly.
I don't disagree with any position point you just said there. I think if we were talking about how Black Americans can
how about this? How about we take this land, all of that, back from China and Japan and India and Mexico and Venezuela and some parts of Europe, like Hungary, Budapest. Y'all know who's from there. GS. Because, see, some of us, we actually study real estate, tax deed sales, foreclosure sales, all across the country. So we know what's going on, you know. But when it comes to things like fracking, yeah, you guys used the Biden administration to steal U.S. steel and hand it over to Japan, basically. They had to sell. So you're not even doing it fairly. And when it comes to like monopolizing, China is buying up stuff to benefit China. When you get that many people together with that much money, same thing with India. When you get that many people together, they can buy up the whole auction. Now you own entire states. You own the country. So how did President Trump do anything like that? Did the Hiltons do anything like that? Who? That's monopolizing.
Right. Grant, I got a question for you. Do you feel like it would be okay if it was an extra tax to Americans for any foreign government to come purchase land in the United States? Do you feel like it should be tightened?
Yeah, I think there should be restrictions completely.
Gotcha.
I don't. Okay. I think the reason you would want, but the reason you need those is because if they can't park money in their own countries, let's say China, there's a ton of flight of cash out of
Wow,
out
that's
of China.
your friend. That's why you're
Hold
here.
on.
There you go.
Go ahead.
So
what do you say?
In essence, they for a long time didn't trust their own banks, they didn't trust their own system. And so there was an influx of capital into the United States. But ultimately, that didn't require the Chinese to put in the right guardrails in their own economy. And so they being the Chinese could obviously take their capital and bring it to the United States, which obviously caused a lot of disruption. But I think as a principle as Americans, at least from our government standpoint, they've been okay with that. But I do think it has been disruptive, and I do think there needs to be some sort of cap on the amount of capital that can flow in as far as it relates to purchasing assets within the United States.
Okay.
You really
because by the way, there are caps. There are caps when you look in, let's say Europe. There are caps on the amount of foreign dollars that can own a business.
Exactly.
So I do think that there needs to be some reciprocity in those sorts of rules. But I also think the people who don't want those rules are the people at the top who are at the top doesn't matter to them, because they get to take advantage no matter what. So we can use Apple as an example. All of us know Apple is an American company, but the vast majority of their products are made in China. And although we have a trade
let's boycott them. How about that? Then China wouldn't need that copper. Let's stop using these washing machines that come from China full of plastic because that's their only natural resource. We can do this, on a bigger scale. We can boycott. We don't have to just boycott Target. We can get very specific. You know that, right? But thank you.
Yeah, but he's
I'm glad to hear it from you and not just
Go
me.
ahead, Grant. Go ahead.
He's a Democrat. Go ahead.
I don't know if being a Democrat or not. I think you're asking me a question about like what tax, how we should tax foreign dollars flowing. I think we agree on those things. I don't think any of us are against some level of protectionism, because protectionism ultimately ensures that people who are the middle and the bottom rungs aren't being pushed out, because capital without borders doesn't care about sovereignty. It doesn't care about the people within those borders. It ultimately is.
So what do you feel? Hold on. So what do you feel?
And it's the same thing with illegal immigration. It's the same thing. It's capital, human capital. It's the same thing. If human capital is being brought over here illegally, not going through the process, first of all, if you skirt the process on legal immigration, that's a lot of money that the government is not getting. The government makes a shit ton of money off of people legally applying for trying to get into the United States. We're talking about billions of dollars just in applications. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. So the same thing that you're talking about as far as protectionism against foreign capital should be the same protection you want to give to Americans who are underskilled. Everybody knows. I mean, I'm Gen X, man. I haven't voted since Obama the first time. You want to know why? You want to know why? It was because after all of that rhetoric that he talked about, at the end of the day, what was the first thing he did? He bailed out the banks. That's the first thing he did. And he shitted on especially Gen X. Gen X got a raw deal. So we had to completely recalibrate, okay? And what I'm saying is that because the Americans have had to recalibrate, they're trying to bring manufacturing back here. That's going to take time to build up these plants and reinvigorate the economy from a manufacturing perspective. So all of the people who are underskilled, this is why you're seeing private partnerships, private and public partnerships between governments and companies, where people can go to trade schools, but they can go to a Tesla and get a stipend while they're in their training program. Okay, so they know they're going to have to reinvigorate the economy from that particular perspective. But if you're bringing a whole bunch of low-skilled people there are only but so many jobs. So if you're bringing a whole bunch of low-skilled people to compete against other low-skilled people, and they don't have to pay the things that they have to pay for when they actually hire a citizen, like benefits and stuff like that, they can pay them under the table. The native-born people are screwed out the game. So it needs to be the same type of protection on that end, because both parties have benefited from cheap labor. This is not a Republican or Democrat issue. This is a both sides. They both look the other way. So this is not people trying to be on their side.
I don't disagree. I think I stated earlier that I agree that bringing in labor does suppress wages of people who are indigenous or to a particular land or are citizens or correct.
Right, but they're doing it to their own people, though. China, they don't pay their people.
Who's doing it to their own people?
China, and they're even in Cambodia.
I
appreciate Cambodia.
Right. Hold on.
I appreciate your.
Yeah.
I appreciate your.
Go ahead.
I think you have a lot to say, but I don't necessarily know if you have you ever been. I'm going to just talk about this immigration. There are caps on H-1B visas. you don't see a lot of low-skilled workers coming from the vast majority of countries that are not attached to us, particularly Mexico. And you may have some from the Caribbean, but it's just hard to get across the
Grant,
pond,
let me
correct?
interject. Right. Yep. Let me interject. But you saying you're a Democrat, right? I mean, you a liberal mindset, but if you can see what they're doing in the political party right now with immigration and how they're fighting over immigration, are you for that? Are you for protesting for what ICE is doing? Huh?
Uh, uh, they're protesting with ICE, what ICE is doing. Repeat that last part.
Are you do you stand with the Democrat liberal movement? What's going on with the ICE as far as,
I don't.
trying to.
Yeah, I don't think you need a paramilitary to deport. I just don't think it's necessary. It's just not a.
So you're against, right? So you against it? You want to abolish ICE?
I mean, ICE existed before. I just don't think the current iteration makes sense, given the fact. Okay, so let's just assume that for a second here, the state with there's two states that have the highest number of immigrants: Texas and California. So we're worried about a state that has already have an insignificant number of people, and the next place they went to is Maine, that has even less people than Minnesota. That
Right.
getting rid of all the Somalis, by the way, most of the Somalis are here. They're not here illegally. They're here on a program. So, and they're not overstayed their visas. Let's say you get 10% of them. Okay, deport them. No one cares. That should, in essence, they should be able to do that. Grab the people who are Somalians, because that's the new flavor of the month, and then move on. But that isn't what's happening. And if they wanted to really do it, they could actually use Texas as a testing ground and say, hey, Governor Greg Abbott, we of the white delegation need to get rid of the Mexican delegation. Let's begin to use you as this ground, correct, to get rid of all the Mexicans, and just start the border cities and just shove them all over into Mexico. That would be pretty easy. Matter of fact, it would require them to do nothing other than to scrape them all up and throw them back over the border where they came. That would be fun. We can all pay to see it and do a WWE and UFC fight.
How
In
about we
essence,
just
No.
boycott?
Hold on. I got a point. I don't want to miss this. Grant. So you saying that you for the abolition of the ICE because of how they're reckless they're doing, right? You agree to
no,
that?
ICE existed before. I think ICE had a charter, and they should stick with what they were how they were being deployed previously. If you
Okay,
believe
so
that
you're just trying to
if you
reform
believe
it.
Obama was deporting at a higher clip, and that's your argument, and that process was working, and the sort of gotcha nanner approach that not you, but I've heard of
Right.
saying, well, Obama did it. Okay, great. So Obama did it without having this additional funding. And all you would have to do is follow that blueprint, and you would have millions of people who are captured and sent back to their appropriate countries without having to build detention centers. And
That's hard,
again,
right? But
But
listen,
Obama had detention centers too.
yeah, they had detention too, but that's hard to.
yes, but again, you don't need to build more, correct? Like if it worked before and your whole gotcha is that, well, Obama did it. Cool, man. That's awesome. But then you can't go along and say, well, then you need all this additional funding for a process that was already working. Or that your position is, well, all the immigrants are here because of the Democrats let them in, but Obama also got rid of the immigrants. It's an incongruence. There's an incongruence in the arguments.
Hold on, but
There was no
Grant,
outrage. So I doubt he.
hold on.
Go ahead.
Grant, you do realize that the difference between then and now is that Republicans didn't fight when they was deporting them. That's the difference.
Yes, that is the difference.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
He was able to deport. He was able to deport them with no resistance because Republicans weren't going to come out there and advocate in front of their voting base that they wanted to keep cheap labor.
But
they would have got
ISIS. But here's the thing. Hold on. But you haven't addressed the problem. The immigrants are not in Minnesota. That's the whole point.
Hold on. What is one of the main tenets of government? It's checks and balances, right?
Yeah.
Correct? So when people have been used as a wedge group against the native people, and they've created all these BS fake nonprofits to siphon billions of dollars from taxpayers and let these people ride and look good and be easy. Okay, I don't have a problem with that
I
because
mean, and
that's
this is
your
the
money. That's your
yeah,
money, dog.
but
Hold on.
I got you, Double
If
O next. I got you, Double O. Go ahead.
if you so at the end of the day, let you cross the border in Mexico. Let you cross the border in China. You think they ain't gonna be across your head? Yes, they are. And nobody gonna say anything. Only when America does it, what every other country would do, all of a sudden it's a problem. But at the end of the day, Trump has not deported as many people as Obama did. Okay, and as soon as he started doing it, that's when the hounds came out. It became a racist thing. And then you know what they tried to do? They try to align those people with black people and black people struggle. We don't have the same struggle as they do. We got a position here.
Yep, and
So
exactly.
our position ain't the same. So, but they tried to align them with black people so they could sneak them behind black people's back politically, empower them, and then over time, what they were going to try to do with DACA, they was going to try to naturalize them and make them a more powerful voting base over black people, and it almost happened.
Yeah,
And the
and
only
Grant.
person who stopped that from happening was Trump, homie. I mean, that's the facts, homie.
Yeah, but
I think it's
hold on,
ignorant.
Grant. I wanna highlight something because you said that you said with immigrants, I mean, you said with the political party that you didn't like the process of how they doing with ICE, but they was doing it right before. Did you have that same narrative when they were doing illegal practice and the entrapment practices on Black Americans with the police? Like, where was all of this outrage when all of the these dumb laws that was put in our community locking
Stop
us
and
up?
frisk.
Yeah, all of that. Where was? Did you have that same care? Like, it needs to be changed. Did you voice it like that?
yes, I mean, the strange part is you
No,
guys are. Go ahead.
you just stuttered. You did.
That
You
just
gotta
worked.
let him go. Go ahead,
No,
man.
Go
let him
ahead.
go.
Go
Let him
ahead.
cook. I want to hear.
Yeah, I think policing, the way policing of Black communities is problematic. It's problematic for several reasons. Number one, for behaviors or types of crimes you see in predominantly white areas, you don't see that type of policing. And so when you're saying that you're arresting Black Americans at a higher clip for drug abuse, and yet we know white Americans do drugs at equal or if not a higher clip than Black Americans. So you would imagine that the arrest rates or the frisk rates should be the same. And the fact that we know that doesn't happen means that Black Americans are clearly being targeted by the police in those areas. And so
Right.
I'm
But check this out.
fundamentally
No. Right. But you said that the policing that they was doing with ICE is not right, correct? You was like, it needs to be changed,
but you're
right?
conflating two different things. ICE is a
Okay.
federal. We're not.
Huh?
We're talking about policing with the the structures on which ICE was prior. I'm not conflating the two different. That you're
Right.
conflating the. But if you guys are against Black American policing, correct? How Black Americans are policed, correct?
No, I'm
As a
just no,
position.
no, 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 no. Listen, it is it always was a problem of it. But my point to you is, you're saying that you don't agree with what ICE is doing. You know, they're grabbing people up. My point is, why, if that was the case, why didn't we see people protesting in the streets for us like
But
this?
why does that
Why
have to
is
be
it?
your? But if you disagree, but if your position point is this,
Where's our reparations for all that, too? You know?
No,
you
Grant kind of
believe
went.
that Black
Go ahead.
Americans.
Your phone
Did you
going
hear
in
me?
and out, Grant.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you kind of going in and out.
Sorry about that. Let me scoot over. So, are you saying that you are against the policing within black communities that that target Black Americans.
We're against the laws. We're against the judges.
Listen,
Everybody. They
we
do
are
this.
against. No. I was against the policing strategies that was done to us. I lived in that area. I understand when they just jumped out their trucks and they just searched you to make sure you have anything, right?
And are you no longer okay with that, or are you now okay with that?
We were never
I never was
never
okay
okay
with
with
that.
it.
I'm just asking for clarification. I'm not.
never was okay
Right,
with
you
that.
asking for clarification, but I'm telling you that went on for years and years and years.
And
But
so
my
you would
point is,
say today you
no.
are still fundamentally, as a practice, do not believe that that is how policing should work.
They have a
They
choice to
changed
go
it.
back
Listen,
home.
right?
But hold
Go
on. But
ahead.
this is not just a policing issue. Whenever you cross the border of any country
I'm not
illegally,
I get
it's
that.
a
We're talking.
military
He
issue.
asked me the
It's a
question about
military issue.
policing, and I'm just asking. I'm answering his. I totally know that
Yeah.
they're separate. I didn't bring up the policing.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to tease out, what the host, who's been wonderful, by the way.
Right.
I should probably tell you I appreciate you for indulging me. But I'm just trying to get to the core of your argument, which is if
What
people
makes
weren't
it
out.
so different? Listen, this is it. Simple. What makes it so different from the immigrants, from what they're going through now? What you saying, the brutality, or you're saying the police are going a little bit extra, which they shot and killed 2 protesters, right? What makes it so strong that your liberal party is out there so strong, but we haven't seen them so strong out there in our situations? The liberals, that's what I'm talking about. Grant.
Yeah, they can pick any prison. Florida has over
Grant, you
149
kind of went
prisons.
out. I can't hear you, but I know you're trying to talk.
Problematic. It should be problematic.
Go ahead. You're there.
But it
We can
shouldn't
hear
be
you now.
but it shouldn't be the case where you're saying because you didn't have protests for Black Americans that there shouldn't be protests or disagreement about how ICE is being deployed. Those two arguments just don't work. If you're against it, you're against it, and that's fine.
Yeah, but no. It's bigger than being against. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to explain to you that it's more to it than they they really just care about these immigrants. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's bigger than that. It's something more than, they're just, being arrested and being deported. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Because if it was, the liberals have always been acting like they're, the Black people's best friend.
Yeah,
so
because
my point is, if it was done to us and we've been your biggest supporter in the political party, right? If anybody you're going to stand on, you're going to stand on with Black people if they were doing, brutality and stuff was done in the streets. So we should if anybody would have seen that kind of behavior done, it should have been us. Wouldn't you agree to that?
Should there have been more protests to protect Black Americans?
If you're going all the way out, exactly. If you're going all the way out for them, it's protesters that's being shot and killed. Okay,
yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I'm very much so proud of the Minnesotans who have decided that this is their fight and they're fighting their fight, and they have every right to. That's within their constitutional right.
And this is what I'm saying. When they was running around, listen, they was grabbing Black Americans in the United States for flowers
for decades,
right? Locking us in. And now they're actually running the marijuana business here. And they're actually making money off of people who they kind of boxed out of the industry. And why don't we see the same? What we've seen nothing from liberals. What we've been through in the country, liberals have really said they don't care. Name me something. If they standing up like this for these for illegals, name me a situation where they just stood up for us. Like, make it make sense to me. You get what I'm saying? I understand you saying it's separate, but we're their biggest voting block, right? We vote the most. Why would we feel like this? Like, I'm telling you this, and it's not like everybody probably feels like this. Why don't we get the same? That would make me question you being a liberal, that this and you care so much about them, and you say you Black.
So let's talk about marijuana as an example.
Right.
So marijuana, for a long time, Black Americans were incarcerated for it, or they were denied jobs, and there were other systemic problems from it. I mean, I'm assuming we all agree with that position. I think you brought that up about that often marijuana sales and the corresponding arrests that came along with that were problematic. And your other position point is that they've now sort of legalized it, and what was once criminalized is now legalized, correct?
Right.
Okay. So the states that have legalized it and have decriminalized it, or actually had previously decriminalized it or deprioritized it, were liberal states. So if you look at Washington and Oregon and California, those states, by and large, had already begun to deprioritize that within their system. Now, mind you, the federal government still hasn't made those changes up until the supposed announcement by Trump, which is great. Change the federal laws on marijuana. Totally happy about that.
Deflect. Gotcha.
I'm saying,
hold on. Right.
saying,
I know
I'm just
the marijuana, but let's look at this. Do you think liberals care more about immigrants than black people? Who is more valuable to the liberal party?
I don't know if that's a. I don't know. I don't think it. No, hold on.
Okay.
I don't think.
Do the liberals care
hold on,
about black people? Okay. Do the liberals?
I would
care
just say
about
that
black
there's no clear indication. Hold on. There's no clear indication that immigrants, by and large, vote Democrat. Here's the reason why. Asian Americans are very conservative, and they kind of don't like black people, and often they use their racism as a way and a buffer in order to ensure that their wealth is managed. So if you look at things like affirmative action, now I'm someone that doesn't think affirmative action should be a thing. I just think it's useless. And I also find DEI to be something completely unhinged. But the group of people who end up going to the Supreme Court, both here in California, affirmative action ended in California back in 1994. Most people don't realize it. So most people think California is this sort of liberal bastion that's been having affirmative action and DEI since the beginning of time. We were one of the few states that no longer had affirmative action because of a ruling, because of a proposition back in 1994 in which all affirmative action was done away with. And my point being,
because you still had a Republican presence there during that time. That's 94. That's not now. You still had a significant amount of a Republican presence in California in 94.
And we still have a significant, but the bigger point I'm making is Asian Americans are by and large conservative. You look at Indian Americans who had a great influx, who are typically from the northern, more conservative, and what I would say more Eurocentric parts of India.
Right.
They tend to be far more conservative and more likely to vote.
Okay, listen. Yeah, but let's stick it to the immigration and blacks, okay? Can you see the point where I'm trying to get you to understand where your liberal party is looking like they care more about immigrants than they do black people? Can you hear somebody claim to say that with the policies that's going on? That's what we're trying to get you to acknowledge. Can you see the treatment that?
Yes.
Go ahead. You said yes.
Okay, hold on. I would say I hear what you're saying, and I think when someone stutters, you take it as not knowing something. But what I'm
not doing that. I'm listening.
What I'm attempting to point out is that the money class, the corporate class, wants those people, and it is not clear that it's just the liberals that are doing it. At this point, we know that the vast majority of CEOs who want cheap labor, which is going to be people coming from India and China right now, which are the largest cohorts of people who are coming to the States, who are actually the ones who are causing middle wage jobs to be taken away from Americans in general.
Right.
Those individuals.
I'm talking about out there in Minnesota. Those people that are standing out there that saying that forget ICE, they throwing stuff at them and stuff like that. I'm saying those aren't liberals. Are those liberals?
Those are Minnesotans. I don't know if they're liberal or not. I have no reason to know.
Liberals, bro.
Okay,
they're Democrats.
But call them liberals. Why do you?
They're progressives.
But they have every right to do that. I have no reason to say that they don't have the right to fight for their own state. You should be all for that, correct? That's the point of You have the right
hold on,
as an American to do
Grant,
whatever you want.
hold on, but Grant, what we're saying is disingenuous, though. What they're doing,
It's
and
disingenuous.
the reason why is very simple. When Obama, when Bush, people don't even realize that Clinton actually is the person who has deported the most people, illegals, in history. It was actually Bill Clinton, okay? But from Clinton to George W. twice, Obama twice, it was not a problem, okay? Now,
But
in a
your argument,
situation,
but here's your
hold on,
problem with your here.
hold on,
But let
let
me
me
stop
finish.
you there. But your argument is that liberals care about immigrants. But then your counter argument is that liberals, and I'm not sure who you consider a liberal, but I'm going to assume Clinton and Obama are liberals. Also, are the highest. They have deported the most people. You cannot have those two arguments and say that they care more about immigrants, but also are kicking out the most immigrants, because that does not add up, as if they are so for immigrants that they're going to turn a blind eye and allow for immigrants to stay in here in order for them to be a solidified voting bloc, because that just doesn't make sense.
Okay. So
Am I right?
if I let
Not
10
fully.
million, if I let 10 million illegal people cross the border and I deport 2 million, I've still accomplished my goal. It's like drugs in the cartel. They're gonna have somebody that they're willing to let get caught to let the rest of the flow of drugs come through the border. Okay, they're gonna let a certain amount get shipped back, but they still accomplish their goal. Okay, and their goal was to legalize them as a base. DACA existed, y'all. Why y'all don't talk about DACA no more? Because when Trump called y'all bluff, when Trump called the Democrats bluff and said, okay, I'll give you DACA. But if I give you DACA, you gotta build that wall on the border. And guess what happened? They didn't want to build that wall on that border during his first administration because they knew what they wanted to do. They had a play to bring a lot of these people in. They were already doing it. They were getting their numbers. Are we going to sit here and act like none of these illegal people have voted in elections? Boy, that will be disingenuous if you think that. These people have been voting in elections. These people have been passing laws in different locales saying they can vote in elections. This is a whole different ball game, bro.
It's immigrants that actually change these laws
you,
too, so they can benefit.
Whole different ball game, buddy.
But my thing is,
DACA was all in people's face. DACA was all in people's face. DACA was all in people's face. Hold on.
Can I address your
Pelosi,
position?
hold on, Pelosi and Schumer, when they tried to work that deal, when they sat with him at that press conference, and they because they didn't think he was going to actually come to it. He said, okay, cool, I'll give it to you, but you're going to have to give me that wall. And they folded. You ain't seen them talk about DACA since. That was like 2017. It's 2026. Why? Because they knew they were going to run the play anyway, bruh. That's our point. So all of this shenanigans, as far as like all of this ICE stuff, like I said before, the only difference between Obama and the rest of these people is the fact that Republicans never fought them on it. They let them deport them. They have been fighting these people. Then they're going out here. And first of all, like if you're a legal immigrant here and you're here legally and you're attacking federal officers, man, if they pop your wig, hey, that's on you. And you stupid if you're an American citizen and you're supporting these types of people, because these are some of the same types of people that's coming here to undermine your interests. If you're that dumb, I don't know what to tell you. But at the end of the day, that's the reason why. It's all this kerfluffle out here, because a lot of these people are being, man, a lot of these people are paid agitators getting funded by
we gonna get to that too.
Out here. Like, come on,
yep. We gonna get to that, Grant, too. I got Double O. I'm gonna let you talk after this, Double O, but I gotta ask you a question, Grant. You kind of running from the question that we trying to compare. I know you saying it can't, but you just said they were in Minnesota, but we got protesters all around the United States.
Yes,
it's in a lot of different cities. So what I'm saying is you kind of minimize the importance that ICE is doing, and that is so egregious that we got to have protests. We need to be, the Black Caucus has to get involved. And I'm just trying to compare the stuff that we went through, and you're trying to say it doesn't compare, when I think what we went through is way worse. It was people getting killed it was people in jail illegally. It was drugs being planted on people that they didn't do. And you're telling us to watch what they're doing and watch how they're protesting and make us feel that they care about us. Like, how could you tell somebody that they care about us when we see them doing this? Explain that for me.
So I would just say that people have the right to assemble. They have a right to protest, and I wished everyone the best of luck to doing it. As it relates to the treatment of Black Americans, I agree with you.
Why couldn't we see that? That's what I want to ask you. Like, why couldn't we?
But why don't you see it from other? But who else do you want to show up? If it isn't liberals, should another group of people come and fight on your behalf?
I don't see any other group of people. I see. No. I'm saying from what I see with the immigration.
I know, but I'm saying at the end of the day, let's assume, correct, that let's say the liberals are bad and they're stupid. I will grant you, pun intended, maybe, I will grant you that point of saying liberals are bad and they don't support Black Americans. Okay. And that there is another position that says that because of the treatment of Black Americans, that it sounds like we all are in agreement that there should have been some intervention, and the preference for that intervention should have come from other groups that will help to come protect us. So if it isn't the liberals who are bad, should there have been another group of people who love us that much and said, hey, we stand with Black Americans?
The Democratic Party. It's y'all whole Democratic Party is for like your viewpoint on stopping them in Minnesota and everywhere else and protesting.
Let's remove the Minnesota question. We're talking about who should come and help the Black Americans now. If liberals are bad,
it ain't now. It's when it's been happening. This been happening.
So it's no longer happening. So you're saying it's no longer happening.
Need anyone's help once they get out, because they come into our neighborhoods and open up shop in our building.
So now you're saying
no. Don't even worry about that, Grant. No. Don't worry about that. I'm saying we've had more things that was detrimental. Okay, I told you about the marijuana. I told you about the jail experience where they was locking us up. You know about Black Wall Street. You know about real incidents that was real detrimental to us, that was 100 times worse than this ICE thing, and we had nobody. I'm not the same. I'm saying the same type of pushback from the system in our favor. We have never seen that, and I'm saying what makes this ICE thing so much more bigger than what we've been through, to why we couldn't see no Democrats or whatever stand up like this isn't right. That's what I'm saying.
So you agree there's a problem. The problem is that Black Americans needed to be protests on behalf of Black Americans. But then my correct?
They're sleeper cells.
I'm saying if they're gonna do it for the stuff that we see with ICE, I'm not saying that they have to do. I'm not saying that they had to do it. I'm saying that wouldn't it make sense to do it for someone that's an American and that is your biggest voting block that votes for you? But if they feel like you don't, go ahead.
But you're saying that as if number one, that you're saying nothing has ever happened. I don't necessarily know if that's true. Number two,
what you mean nothing has never happened?
You're saying that there's never been any sort of engagement by liberals or whatever amorphous thing whatever amorphous notion of a liberal is, that we've never
seen a whole bunch of white people in the streets protesting on police on our behalf.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? We never seen crowds of white people like saying this is wrong, like doing all of that, what you see right now. We never seen it, and we had way worse things that happen. And we can agree to that.
Right. So since you are for other governments, other people buying up land here, big, lots of it, right? So why aren't you for giving these people industry in their countries and mortgages in their country so they can buy, pay us interest on these loans? And if they don't follow through, we take their house, we take their land.
I don't want them to run from this though, Grant. Though, but you get what I'm saying. I want you to stay with this. I want you to
Yeah,
explain to me.
I think it's an odd question, correct? Because you're saying that people who are in Minnesota who are fighting on behalf of their own state, and that
They're
other
fighting
people,
everywhere. They're fighting
I know.
everywhere,
Hold on.
not just
Let me.
Minnesota.
Can
Go
I?
ahead.
Let me. I can finish my
Okay.
statement. Correct. And then you have other sort of more peripheral sort of protests that are happening that are in support of. Some are against ICE. Some are supporting Minnesotans. Okay, that is their prerogative, and that's fine. Should we see more people coming out to help Black Americans? Sure, I don't disagree with that, but I don't
saying
understand
why it didn't happen. Why did it not happen? It's a
I don't have
reason.
I don't have an answer for that, and I don't necessarily know that I can speak on behalf of
It
all
can still
liberals.
happen now. Why is it not happening now? The
Because hold on,
Okay.
because everything that they're saying is empty rhetoric. Okay. For all of the voting that Black people have given to the Democratic Party since the 1930s, since Black people have swayed away from the Republican Party and turned more into Democratic voters. So we're talking about almost 100 years now. Why
don't Republicans come out and fight on your behalf?
Hold on. Well, I was going to address that because I knew that's what you were getting.
Because they don't like you.
They're not asking for
They don't like you guys.
Both of y'all. Go ahead. Let them go.
I've never seen
You guys.
Hold on. No. I got it. What significant piece of legislation has the Democratic Party passed that has been specifically for Black people and Black people only, where Black people only benefit from? Name me one.
No, he can't do that.
If they really are for Black people, like they say,
well, I'm not sure. Well,
because votes matter, right? So you're saying Republicans don't care about Black people. Okay, Black people don't vote for Republicans, so Black people can't expect anything from the Republican Party because they don't cater to them. They don't give them their vote, so they can't expect anything from them. But they can expect something from the party that they've been giving their vote to for almost 100 years.
Yes.
So, what legislation has the Democratic Party passed that has only, I'm not talking about latching on white women in terms of the civil rights bill that basically watered down the civil rights legislation, wherein which white women were the primary beneficiaries of civil rights legislation, not Black people. What specific bill has the Democratic Party passed that has only been passed to benefit their most loyal constituent base?
Three strikes you're out. The Mann Act, RICO.
Hold on. No.
Go ahead. Let him go.
Okay. Well, I mean, you've already pretty much said that the civil rights bill was not useful.
Yeah, because it was watered down because it added gender and sex into it. It added sex and
so
LGBTQ in it as well. So
and minorities.
So that watered it down. Now, mind you, that legislation was specifically supposed to be for Black people only.
Yes. So, I'm not sure how much.
Am I wrong? Is the civil rights legislation, was that supposed to be specifically for Black people only?
Along with the 14th Amendment?
No. That's long. That's in the 1800s. We're talking about 1960s. LBJ and MLK.
Okay. So ultimately, the civil rights movement, the civil rights bill was particularly for Black Americans. Correct. You do get later rulings under the Supreme Court that begins to bring in other groups, just based on whether or not they fit within a particular parameter under the rule under the law.
2 years later, after they passed it, they added the things that made it possible for white women to be the primary beneficiary of civil rights legislation. That was 2 years later. That was not the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
That was Congress.
So in essence, this law that gives black people, correct, that is good for white women, it's also good for black people, and ultimately giving some sense of giving people rights and protections under federal law to ensure that states were not denying them their basic rights. That's a win, correct? I mean, I just don't understand that somehow white women
Hold
getting
on.
is bad.
Did you just hear what you just said? You're saying that a bill that was specifically sculpted or advertised as something that's specific to black people only. White women were not being mistreated in America, how like black women were being mistreated in America. Okay, we can't agree on that. So they didn't need to be included in that kind of bill. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So hold on. So because if white women were being mistreated by white men, then they could have had a separate bill. They didn't need to attach to the civil rights, because civil rights, I make the argument that the civil rights bill ultimately undermined the Reconstruction Amendment. That was the purpose of it. It actually undermined the 13th, the 14th, the 15th Amendments. Okay? And the reason why we know this is because they have grandfathered all of these other people under it. That's the proof. That's the proof. None of these people, including white females, were supposed to be attached to the 14th Amendment. They didn't have that struggle. That was FBA struggle, homie. So that's my point. You can't show me in 100 years, under all this so-called black leadership, you can't show me one bill. One. One bill in 100 years under the present black leadership and under the present Democratic Party that has specifically been tailored and sculpted to particularly only deal for black people.
Okay, let's let him go. Go ahead, Grant.
Okay. So in essence, I can hear your frustration. However, I think I've heard a lot of what I would imagine very positive words from everyone on the panel that, Black Americans do well, etc. And I would say part of that is that the restrictions that were there, let's say during Jim Crow, those restrictions were largely addressed as part of the Civil Rights Bill, correct? That in essence there was a federal law that gave protections and an apparatus that ensured that all states and to some extent all businesses followed those laws. And in a case, I do think Black Americans have largely benefited from that. And then on top of that, you have other things about like housing and other programs that are meant to help typically a cohort of individuals who fall within a economic strata that allow for them to live in a way that is at least not well below the poverty line. That sort of brings them up. And by and large, African Americans or Black Americans had been part of that cohort of people who were at the lower rungs of society for whatever particular reasons. I think we can all agree is because of the past sin.
Right. Yep. He speak. But let me get this out real quick. Hold on. Do you know the amount of money that the United States, each city, spends on immigration?
Do I know how much they spend on immigration?
Yeah. Do you know how much as a country we spend on immigration in a year?
No.
Our tax dollars.
Of our tax dollars.
But do you know how much money, how much in taxes immigrants pay into the system?
They should pay fees.
You're saying it as they don't. They pay. They get a TIN. If you do not have a social security number and you're underneath a particular program, you're given a TIN number that allows for when you're paid by the business, those taxes, just like my taxes, your taxes, are taken directly out of their paycheck and sent directly.
Okay, I'm with you on that, but I don't want you to run from this. So
I'm
Do
not
you
running.
know the allegations of them putting immigrants in housing and putting them in hotels and giving them cars where they can get where they can get food and stuff like that? Were you hearing about the irresponsible spending on immigrants on that part?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
they are spending. So let's take the Somalians because I think they're kind of big today. Correct. Um, the Somalians are here because of the turmoil due for Mogadishu. Correct. And so what ends up happening is the federal government decided that there was a segment of the population who were either fighting along with the U.S. servicemen there, who were more than likely to be attacked by the regime that had taken over, and so they were more likely to have been interpreters. They were people who were infiltrating uh, the factions within Somalia. Though the government, the U.S. government, the military, the DoD
Right.
decided
But my
that
point,
we need
right.
to.
But my
Hold
point
on,
is
but they're brought.
my
But you're asking me a question. They were
go ahead.
brought here. They don't have anything, correct? And they, after what at least the government perceived. Now, you and I can disagree that I don't necessarily know if that's the right way to approach it. And I would be the first to say, I think that as a policy, as an American, as America, that we should do more to make sure those countries are not destabilized so they can stay in their own countries. Totally agree with that. But if you fight a war and you have a group of people who have fought on your side, who were doing some of the dirty work with you, and you bring them to your country and they have no means to live, it seems reasonable, correct, to be able to provide them with some sort of stipend in order to live. Because
No.
throwing them on the streets just seems really insane and inhumane. And I
Then
think
why did
any
Biden do that during the Afghanistan withdrawal? Then, based on your logic,
why didn't they do
no.
it?
Why did Biden pull out of Afghanistan very recklessly and leave a whole bunch of interpreters and other people behind, based off of what you just said?
Do you know who signed the force agreement of the date of when it was they were going to leave the
Okay,
agreement?
okay. Once
It was
again,
hold on, just listen for
hold
a
on.
second. It was
I
Donald
know who
Trump.
did it. I
Okay.
know.
At the end of
I
the
know.
day, the deal,
But he
the
still
deal,
withdrew
hold on, the
recklessly.
DOD is responsible for it. And no president is sitting there putting together an exit plan out of a country. These are military experts who botched a program that no president is part of. They have a complete apparatus that works on it. These are it's just a supercilious notion. I get it. We are now in the age in which you can throw any wit on television, put a cabinet of morons behind them, and they go, "This is really cool TV for American freedom." But the reality is, there is a complete apparatus on how these things work. I'll use a better example because Vietnam War is the best example. They were coming out on choppers, and we all agree that Nixon is the greatest president because he was a Republican, let's say. And at the time, the DOD was still at one of the like a premier like government agency that understood war. It still had all the old guys from World War II, the Korean War, etc. They had to helicopter out all the Vietnamese who had fought on the side of the Americans. Mind you, most of those Vietnamese live in California in Little Saigon. In essence, in order to get them started, even though getting them out of Vietnam was difficult because war is very difficult. And at the end
Right.
of the day, doesn't matter that they didn't get them all out, that there was assumed that there was a process. It didn't work out correctly, and there are Afghans here right now. Matter of
Okay.
fact, the guy who shot the National Guard was from Afghanistan, correct? That he was in refugee from that war, and then
Okay.
Trump just signed the saying that they have to go back to their country because, in essence, this one person's behavior who worked with the U.S. government.
I want to stay on topic. I get you. I get you. But this is where we was at. We was really is we're really on the immigration because you represent the liberal, the Democratic Party. We wanted to just bring you on how we feel about how immigration is being treated now and how important it is that we see a lot of Caucasian people on the street. This is very alarming. This is not normal. And what I'm saying is make it make sense to me on why we haven't had that kind of effect from what Americans go through in the country. That's just where I'm at. Like, show me how this is, that's what I want you to explain to me.
Yeah, it's not use. I mean, at the end of the day, have white society fought for Black Americans? No, and specifically liberals. Sure, they're not out in the streets, sort of for Black Americans for these different things, correct? But I don't necessarily know that these are one of their. I don't know if they are analogous to each other, given that they are fundamentally different in sort of how these things are happening. And saying that the liberals aren't fighting for Black Americans, but why are they fighting for immigrants? It's just not a one-to-one. Correct? Like it's just a, it's just not a.
But
It's just not a.
they put them up in hotels, $180, $300 a night.
But who's
right.
they?
I want to get what more y'all said.
Liberals.
But, I mean, he's saying
Liberals.
He's basically saying it's not the same. Like, I guess he's trying to claim that what he see what's going on with ICE, it fits for them to be acting like this in the street. But nothing that we have gone through as far as Black Americans, it's not worth this kind of reaction. That's what I'm getting from him.
No,
Yeah,
that
because
is not
people
what
are picked up every
that's
day.
definitely not what I'm saying.
Violation
What
of
I'm
our
saying is
14th Amendment.
you have a
Go ahead,
you have
Greg.
a you're in
Illegal
essence
search
you're doing a
procedure.
false equivalency. You're saying that there's this extraordinary thing that is happening, and then you're saying, well, it's just this minor thing. They just so happen to be in a state that has almost no immigrants, correct? Minnesota has so few immigrants, and yet they sent a cavalry in there to just to be disruptive. For what reason? And again, it is vastly different. And yes, there are systemic problems that are happening within Black communities. But at the end of the day, we have to think of this in this way. If you believe that Black Americans needed help, to then say, well, why don't the liberals help? And then just sort of wipe your hands clean. Like, there are other white people that can come and
Hold on,
help
hold on.
you.
Hold on. Wipe your hands clean with what? Hold on. Wipe your hands clean with what? I mean,
What
this
I'm
is
saying,
the party that.
Democrat
Hold
Party.
on. This is the party that Black people have voted for almost 100 years. Why
yes,
wouldn't it be the party you're voting for and be standing up for you?
but you don't believe that they've done anything. So anything
No.
that
Hold
okay,
on.
there you go.
Hold on.
There's no
See,
argument. There's no argument that can be.
now you're
There's
see,
no.
hold on. So now you're being disingenuous. Because when I asked you what legislation, because the votes are counted. So black people put the votes in. So the votes have been tallied. Okay, so Black people got these people that ran on the notion of what? Helping Black people. Okay,
Yes.
almost 100 years in. What legislation have they passed that has shown itself to help Black people as a
Yes.
group collectively?
Yes. So I said the Civil Rights Bill, and you're like, no. And I can show you housing bills.
We've already known that affirmative action, DEI,
Affirmative action was not
primarily
affirmative action was not part of the Civil Rights Bill.
Tacked
Okay.
on.
Okay.
Hey, can I jump in?
Civil rights.
I
Hold on. Okay, hold on. Civil rights. Nixon pushed for it. Nixon pushed for affirmative action. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. So it's in line with civil rights. Okay. My point is that the very things that y'all are claiming that is supposed to help Black people, because I can look at Black people and I can look at the fact that from 1863 to 1913, Black people's collective net worth went from $20,000 to over $750 million in 50 years. In today's dollars, that's over $21 billion. That's Black people. Black people did that. Okay? in 50 years. Now, in 100 years, show me the economic expansion that black people's trajectory was on, the Black Wall Street, all of that, that was normal. Rosewood, all of that. That was a norm. In Oklahoma alone, in like a 20, 30-year period, black people built like 50 towns in Oklahoma. So you showed me, from a legislative perspective, anything that can match the fact that black people had 134 black-owned banks from 1886 to 1934. So show me the legislation that has supposed to be helping these poor little Negroes that needed so much help. Show me that legislation that matches what black people did in
He don't
Jim
have it.
Crow.
Yeah, he don't have it. He
Yeah, I
don't
don't
got
have
it.
it. Yeah, so
He don't have that. Okay, but we don't want him to
hold on. Let me
run
just
from.
say,
I got my
no.
boy
So
Double O. Go ahead.
I was gonna make this one point. If you're saying that black people didn't need legislation because they've increased their wealth up to this point, well, maybe we don't need anyone, correct? That ultimately there are no amount of laws that were ever needed. And so the liberals saw that the black people were doing all their great things. They're like, we're just going to keep stealing their vote. Maybe they put out a psyop and that's what happened. But in essence, you can go through the idea that there were redlining, correct? You have the CRA that comes along that ultimately does away with it.
You know they were doing that, but the point, I don't want to get you to run from it. You was making it seem like the ICE situation is two totally different things, and that's where we don't agree with you at. Like, I'm just talking about the brutality that y'all speak on what ICE is doing, right? Is it not police brutality? Hold on, is it not police brutality?
So you agree it's brutality? Yes, we agree it's
I'm
brutality.
asking you, is it? But
yes, it's brutality.
I
Okay,
don't
it's
think it is
police
because
brutality. Hold on,
they're blocking
it's
the
police
police.
brutality. But
Okay.
what I'm saying is, why is it now that this brutality gains this much attention? That's what I'm saying. When we've been seeing police brutality for years.
But why are you
Just
so
make it
against
make
it?
sense.
But you're saying it's brutality. So if you're
Huh?
saying it's brutality, you should be for people protecting them
What
against that.
they're doing should
Not
be
necessarily.
brutality
Nobody
Not
against.
died.
necessarily.
Okay, then you don't have to. But hold
Hey,
on.
Grant.
You can hold
Go
on.
ahead.
You can say you disagree, that you don't want to do it, correct? And you don't have to. No one is forcing you to protect them. But if on the one hand you're saying that it is brutality, which it wasn't me telling you that, you said that, correct?
They
We
should be
don't believe
arrested.
it's true. Listen, we
Hey,
don't
Grant.
believe.
Hey,
Go
Grant.
ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, Grant. Hey, Grant. Hey, Grant. What's your lineage, man? What's your history lineage?
I'm a Black American. I'm not quite familiar with this sort of lineage.
European American. That's what it is. Come on now.
Yeah.
So your family's
and it's not the voice, is what you're saying.
It's
That's
not.
So
No. I don't
so
find I don't know what you mean by lineage, but I definitely know that I'm Black American.
where's your family from, man?
My family are Americans, Black Americans.
From where?
I would assume they're from West Africa, part of the slave trade, in some form or fashion.
You say you would assume you don't know. Why don't you know?
I feel pretty confident of that. Yes.
Oh, so
Okay. So what's your number one concern of being a Democrat? What's your number one issue? Yeah.
You're saying what makes me
What's your number one? Yeah. What's your number one reason for being a Democrat?
I'm just not a big fan of hyper religiosity. I'm not a fan of insane nationalism. I find the idea that people believe in putting Bibles in Bibles in schools is a useful idea. I think I'm against the notion of rejection of science. I believe in a liberal democracy that fights for people to live without the oppression of a government. And I fight for the idea that you want qualified, smart people who are capable of making reasonable governing
Okay, I
law.
didn't ask for a whole. I didn't ask for a whole speech, man. I just got on. I just asked you 2 questions so far, and now you're giving me a whole list of like speeches. I'm trying to ask you something because I'm trying to figure you out because I've been listening to you for a while now. And so when you say you're a Black American, if you were to ask me that question, what do you think I would say?
I would imagine Black American.
You're wrong.
Okay.
I'm an indigenous. My family's indigenous to this land.
There you go.
And just my answer to that question, Grant, that changes the whole trajectory, the whole conversation than you have.
Yep.
So when I hear
how does that change? Yeah.
Well, I think I heard you say something. You guys were talking about reparations, and you were talking about land, people buying our land, and things of that nature. I didn't catch all of it, but some things I caught, And the first thing that I think of when I hear you talk is like, if you from West Africa, let's just say Ghana, for example, you from Ghana, right? And a flux of millions of people came from North America and landed in Ghana and decided to, get in with the laws, the constitutions and the different federal laws, these different programs, and they just flooded Ghana. I think as a Ghanaian, I think a lot of Ghanaian people will be upset with that. It's changing the whole trajectory of how they live, and their laws are feel like they're being manipulated to fit these North Americans to be able to settle in this land. So when you talk about the things that I heard you talk about, it touches me different because I'm native to the land here. Mm-hmm. And then when these colonists, how do you say it? These colonizers. When these colonizers come here,
crackers,
and they start making all these damn laws and putting together so-called these constitutions, and it's like, and then you're from West Africa and your family comes here, drop you off, you know what I'm saying? And then you talk the way you talk to indigenous people that's on this panel that I can tell, I feel. And then you kind of hit us different. And that's why everybody's kind of like getting at you, because they can tell that you're different in how you talking about it. Because if you say Black American, I'm a Black American. Okay. If you're a Black American, you should be feeling like everybody on the panel right now. You shouldn't be talking against us in the sense of like your own political views, because our number one concern is to be treated fair and have justice.
Right. And
that's the whole
this. Yeah, and he's running. This is what I want him to really pinpoint him to, is the treatment that his political field is giving to the immigrants in this situation with police brutality, and the police brutality that his party ignored for years and decades. And I want to get an answer to that on why it's different and why you feel like this allows for people to protest in the streets, but nothing that we did allowed for any of the people to protest in the streets. That's what I want to kind of
yeah. Water God, I'm getting to that. I'm kind of like lining this up because I think it's important. Sometimes like we get really, really emotional about where we stand at as foundational, as indigenous people to this land, and we kind of forget some things. We just pile up on a person that we don't really understand. So we need to understand this person, because like I said, if you say you're a Black American, you shouldn't have these kind of views the way I see that you have them. My views are different. I think a lot of people on the panel right now are different because we feel we connected to the land. Everything's different in how we think and how we feel about what's happening to this country. And I think some of the things about, standing up for the immigration and all that stuff. I mean, like I said, when I used the Ghana example, like you should feel something about what I said in that nature, because this is how we feel. We ain't standing up for something that we have to abide by these colonizer laws and these, the Constitution. We ain't really even feeling that. You know what I'm saying? Because nothing's for us. We got nothing from any of that shit. And so, like, when you say I'm a black American, I feel I'm troubled by that because of some of your answers that you've given. Am I being fair to you?
Well, yeah, I think that's your position, and it's not unreasonable if that's how you feel.
It seems like you care more about what the immigrants are going through with that police brutality that you brought that up, that you haven't witnessed or you don't know about any of our injustice that was done to us to make that a point. That's what we're trying to say. It's like it's weird. You get what I'm saying?
Well, if he's from Ghana, if he's from West Africa, I don't know how many generations you can go back, but you know, our parents, our grandparents was in the fight against white supremacy, you see? And so if you're being beaten by a stick or you being hung or you heard your cousin or somebody, one of your neighbors, one of your distant cousins, friend got hung, or, you know, the older stories of, you know, slaves being eaten by alligators, or the white tees is eating us. I mean, there's some emotional attachments to that shit. And it don't seem like you have any.
I don't have any emotional attachment to the treatment of black Americans or black enslaved or black indigenous.
The whole damn pie, yo.
Yeah,
the whole thing
about the immigration, like you feel for them.
Yeah, but
like
I think you're conflating that. Like, one can have a sincere care for one group of people and have an immense care and for other people as well. I don't know if they are diametrically opposed in that case.
We don't
case,
have to.
they are.
Hold on, we don't.
But that's for you. I'm saying as a position.
Grant,
I don't disagree that that's your position.
But Grant, hold on. When Malcolm X's grandson was murked in Mexico, do you know the reason why he was in Mexico? Do you even know that reason?
No, I'm not familiar with the story.
Okay, Malcolm X's grandson was in Mexico because he was showing solidarity with this Mexican labor activist who had got deported from the United States, probably was here illegally. His name was Miguel Suarez. Now, he was there trying to show solidarity with Mexicans. Have the Mexican people ever did anything to honor Malcolm X's grandson and the sacrifice he made for them?
I would imagine the answer is no, but I'm not familiar enough with that.
Exactly. So that's my point. That's our point here. Black people have been feeling the pain of other people's struggle, while a lot of these people could care less about the struggles of black people. Although black people, when white folks didn't want to mess with these people, were the main group of people opening a hand to these people. And black people are finally saying enough of that. Okay. First of all, a lot of these people think, oh, America, it's white people stuff. No, it's not. We have had thousands of inventions in the United States alone that has not just helped develop the United States as a world power, but has also helped other countries develop as well. So the world owes a debt of gratitude to Black Americans. So when they come over here, they need to show the proper respect. Just like when we go to other countries, we're expected to show certain levels of decorum and respect. And that's not what's happening here.
How do you propose they show this respect?
Hold on. By not trying to misuse the lineage of our people and the ancestors that we have lost over time, who made investments a lot of times with their lives to make sure that we could be in a better position now.
So just so
you
know,
you cannot use.
I'm going to give you. I'm going to let you finish. I just want to help you.
Man, you're playing so we can jump to the next. Go ahead.
I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you. So I agree with you in that position. I don't necessarily know if I I don't think the blending of saying black and brown people or this sort of amalgamated grouping with minorities works, because I do think it dilutes what Black Americans' contributions have been,
Right.
and I
We
do
running
think it
from
muddies the waters.
yeah.
But I think you can hold that view, and we can still disagree on a bunch of other things. I just know you weren't here when I said that earlier, so I wanted to make sure that you weren't going to come back to that argument when I had already addressed it earlier, and I don't think I'm in disagreement with you guys on that
Right,
position.
but this is the main one we got to get off because we only got. But I wanted you to get to that point that I was making though. Can you distinguish me the difference between the police brutality of what's happening in ICE around the world than to what happened to us to make you want to stand with not supporting ICE or and other liberals and not doing it while they would ignore doing this same thing when it came to us. I just want a good explanation on that. That's it. I want to understand you on that part.
I cannot speak for liberals. That is not correct. I don't know all of them. I wish I did. However, I can say that I don't think that the process today works of sending people to Minnesota and doing what they're doing. Sure, you can say they don't belong here, and we can all agree that deporting people it feels good, correct? And that's what they're supposed to do. But the way they're going about it, I just disagree with it. And I think the people who are protesting should be able to do
Right.
it, and they're good. I also think for those of us who view police brutality within the Black community as a fundamental problem and a structural problem that has to be addressed, I think for those who are, or at least on my side of the ledger, think that there are ways to remediate it. And so I think there has been, at least here in California, I
Right.
think that we've done quite a bit of work. And
Wow.
I would say, unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily show up in other states. But I would also point out, like, if there's this idea of like you're not getting something from Democrats. The vast majority of how
No.
people
Right. I don't want to even go there. Hold on. I
or
don't even want to
liberals.
go there. I want to stay on here. Listen, I want to know though. I know you was trying to get the legislation, but I'm trying to stick to what is it though that would make it protest? Because you said you against what they're doing. So I'm saying, why would you feel we haven't had the protests like the immigrants are having? Why is that specifically?
I mean, I think there's quite a bit of apathy in this country. I think people have been there has been quite a bit of people not wanting to agitate, and I think that's just been a general sense of how people have felt. I think it is a reflection of just Americans in general, and I just don't think a lot of protest happened. I would say post George Floyd, there was quite a bit of protest, correct? And many people, some of it performative, etc. But there was quite a bit of
Performative,
protest.
definitely performative. You was right on that performative. Do you feel
Hey,
like this is performative?
you know what I don't like? I don't like talking to somebody that I can't even identify. That's my problem in this whole discussion. I don't even know who the hell you are, dude. I mean, you haven't. And when I asked you the question, you said, "Well, I don't know, but I guess it's West Africa." We can't even identify you, dude. I mean, it's like me trying to talk to a ghost in my room, and I can't see him. So if you don't wait, hold on, I'm not finished yet. You can answer in a second. But what I'm saying is, if I have to play a team, I'm going to play a team, and we don't know who we playing. It's like, how can I prepare for my questions or for the game that we're about to play? I don't even know who you are. You don't even know who you are because you didn't even answer my question. You just said, well, I'm a Black American, I guess West Africa. What? That's not a legitimate answer, man. Like that's the problem I have here, because your defense of everything that everybody's talking about, and we want to know what's your agenda. What is your agenda in the first place? But we need to know where you from first. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need to know where you come from.
Okay,
because that's going to tell us everything we need to know of why you've been acting and answering the way you've been answering.
Well, I would just say that I may not share your viewpoint that Black Americans are indigenous, or that the first people were on the Americas. So that may be a
No. Where are you from, man? Answer that question first.
Hold on. I am what I imagine I'm from, enslaved people.
No, not imagine. Where you from, man?
I was born in America. My parents are American, and
They don't sound like you was born in America.
And your grandparents? Wait, Water God. And your grandparents, where they from?
America.
What state? What city, man? What state and city, man? Where you from, man? See, we know you ask anybody on this panel where we from, we gonna tell you in detail.
Well, if
you understand, why
answer.
don't you have any detail? You don't have any detail.
My family's
What's your detail, man?
Okay, hold on. My family's, some are from Michigan, some are from Illinois, and some are from Georgia.
And this is, we're talking about grandparents and great grandparents. They're from Georgia.
Yes. And they moved to Michigan.
Okay, well, why didn't you say that the first time when I asked you? You said West Africa. That's all you said. You said I'm Black American. I assume that I'm from West Africa. That's what you said.
I was assuming you were referring to some sort of lineage, and I imagine that
is your lineage going to Georgia with your great grandparents.
Okay, that's your. Some people don't necessarily call lineage that way, but if that's how you want to use it, that's fine.
What do they call it? Well, how did they describe it then? If they don't describe it that way, the way I said it.
People, the nomenclature that I'm familiar with, and again, we can be from two different places. If someone's asking, where are your parents from or your grandparents from, that seems like a reasonable, rational question. Typically, if someone's asking sort of your heritage or lineage, it's often trying to see, it often is asking, where is at least what you perceive to be your original people, the land, your group.
Okay. Yeah. I get it. But there's a such phrase or such word as cosplaying. You understand that, right? There is a such thing as cosplaying. Do you know that?
Yes, I do know what cosplaying means. But
okay, so that's what I'm saying. Like, we trying to figure this out. Are you cosplaying? Are you actually from, this soil? You understand? Because it sounds, it's questionable based on what I asked you the first time. See, this is important to identify in the beginning, because I don't like dancing around. I don't like shooking and jiving when we're trying to talk about something important to us. This is important to us. I mean, as far as me being here, it's important to me.
I don't think I have not been forthright. I think I've answered questions the best of my ability. I don't think I've attempted to not answer your question. And I think I explained myself, sort of my thought process and my thinking. I don't think the line of questioning of saying I'm being sort of,
well, me, it is for you not explaining when I asked you about the specifics of, you said that you don't like the way that they're treating the immigrants and you stand with them. And when I asked you about us, it's just seeming like you was like, oh, it's different. And you couldn't.
I don't feel that was my answer. My position is that, and I was attempting to answer that question earlier, was I think obviously there is the most impact that most of us are experiencing are going to be at the state level. There's clearly a ton of federal laws that impact our lives. However, the most experiences you're having is based on what laws are being passed within your states. I live in California, so I work with I work with Californians and legislators or people in the political sphere that impacts our ability to, have some level of freedom to be able to do the things that we think make sense for Black Americans here in California.
Are you Southern, Northern, Central California? Where are you at, man? Because I'm in California.
Orange County.
Orange County. Wow. Okay. That makes a lot of sense now.
But I grew up in LA. I grew up on in Crenshaw District and Leimert Park area. So hope that helps.
Yeah, no, it does. It does a lot. And so, like, again, so all these things that you mentioned before about what you're concerned about for the Democrats, do you see some of the problems that are existing with the FBA stance right now in the political arena? Do you understand where that's coming from?
Yeah, I see your positions. I don't think I've said that you guys don't have.
Okay. Can I ask him some questions too? I want to ask him something because I figured he was in politics because he knew the answers to my questions so well. But you mentioned that the Democrats have given us like housing. You were referring to, I guess, project housing, but you don't mention the money that we've given of our tax dollars to Caucasians, like down payment assistance, right? NFIP over $400,000 just to rebuild or remodel one house after a flood. Millionaire homes, right? But when it comes to reparations, right? That's the reason we want the immigrants out, because when they come here, they not only undercut us like with the pay, so all of that marching we did for higher wages, right? For equal employment opportunity, EEOC, right? They come here and they work for Hyundai for pennies on a dollar, right? And those people actually hold their money. They can't, so they're actually practicing those sweatshops here in America now. So if they treat their own people like that, how do you think they're going to treat us when if had Trump not, because once they do take total control, if they do, because I doubt they will, because I believe there are more FBAs than the census lets on. And if you guys do not stop, which is why you're here on this panel, because you're like a lobbyist or something, you're on this panel for a reason, because our numbers are higher and you are afraid of what we could do. Right? So what I want to know from you, right? Because politics is about money. Who controls the tax dollars? Right? Those people didn't come here with money in their pockets.
Ask him a question direct so he can get off, because the chat getting all. Go ahead, ask him your question.
So as far as what we want, right? Why don't you guys, first of all, if they're so highly educated, got all of these skills, then work with them in their country and build infrastructure. Because right now, they're coming off as sleeper cells. That's how they treat us on these jobs. Sleeper cells.
Right. Let me ask him a question. Grant. I had a question for you. You as liberal, we had a lot of people come to the channel that have your same mindset, bro. The Democratic mindset. They come on the channel. How long you been watching the channel?
First time ever. It just popped up, and I thought it was an interesting conversation, and I thought I would join.
You listen to Shaboozey? You listen to him?
This is I don't know who Shaboozey is.
Right. So you didn't see the title of the video?
I mean, algorithms are algorithms. I'm not sure why it showed up.
Oh, so you didn't see the thumbnail or nothing. You just clicked on the video.
No, I mean, obviously I saw the thumbnail. I don't know who Shaboozey is. I can figure it out that he said something that you disagreed with, and I'm assuming was the Grammy speech.
Have you joined any other panel, Grant, before on TikTok, on YouTube, or Instagram? You said what?
No, not on TikTok.
So this is the first time you ever joined a panel to have a discussion about a subject?
No, this is the first time I've joined this particular.
Which other ones have you joined before? Like what platform? TikTok?
No TikTok. I don't do TikTok.
You've done other YouTube?
Yeah, I've done other YouTube. I couldn't tell you the name of those channels, though.
So Grant, so let me ask you this: since you work for the Democratic Party, are you being paid for for this?
No.
Like when you join other panels? No?
No.
So why do you do it? Why do you do it? Okay, so this has nothing about this has nothing to do about recruitment or to slant the subject lines. I mean, you just admitted that you work for a Democratic Party, right?
No.
I mean, you didn't say that. I thought you did. Did I hear that wrong? Or I thought I heard you say you work for.
No, I say I work with, not for.
Or work with.
With the Democratic Party.
What's the difference? What's the difference of working with and working for?
One you get paid for, the other one you don't, and you just work with people that are willing.
So you volunteer. So you volunteer.
Sure, we can call it that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So do you take information from different YouTube panels and then you bring it back to the Democratic party? That I mean, you don't. Why wouldn't you?
No.
I mean, this is a discussion. This is the discussion about important politics. We're discussing things that are politically inclined. So you don't take certain things that you learn from different panels and talk to your people that you volunteer for and say, hey, well, I had a discussion with these people last night and they were talking about this and talking about that. You wouldn't talk to the people that you deal with when you volunteer and have the discussions about some of the panels that you're on.
I think there's a broad understanding that there is an undercurrent of this particular thought. So I don't necessarily think that any additional information I would give would be useful.
But
why wouldn't you? Wait. Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't I what?
Why wouldn't you discuss the things that you discussed on different panels that you're on YouTube? Why wouldn't you have these discussions with the people that you volunteer for?
Well, I mean, just make sure it's clear. No one is sitting around putting it together a dossier per se. However,
no, I'm not saying I didn't say that. Don't be slick. Don't be slick, man. Just answer what I'm asking you because it's very important. Since you say you volunteer for the Democratic Party, I'm asking you, what do you discuss with them when you're around them? Yeah.
Yes. So, in essence, I don't think there's a point in which we're having any discussions about a panel like this in general, but I think if there's a conversation about people who are being missed in the conversation, I think it would be something. I don't have to bring it up. I think there's always going to be people who are thinking broadly about how to be inclusive.
So you want us to think, and everybody listening, by you being on here, having this discussion with us with different subjects that we have talked about, you want us to think that you don't take that back to wherever you go to volunteer, and you never talk about any of the things you talk about on the panels that you're on, Grant? You want us to believe that you don't have any of these discussions with these people you volunteer for. You really want us to believe that?
I'm not asking you to believe it. I'm just saying that it's not something that it just comes up. I'm not saying that those aren't discussions.
Exactly.
Right. So basically, we can kind of lean towards you're kind of an agent in our eyes, how we would see you. Not that you do it. You just said, that's not really important. That's not what I do. But to us, we could take this as you're some type of agent for the Democratic people that you volunteer for. Could we mistakenly say that, or can we say that?
I wouldn't say that. I would say that that's not what I do in particular.
No, not what you say, but what we think.
But you can. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable assessment.
Have you ever protested before?
Have I ever protested before?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
What did you protest for? What was it? What did you protest for? Like the immigrants now, or something else in the past?
No, so we've had several different issues here in California. were important to me. I think there was a bill against immigration back when I was in college, and I thought it was an abhorrent. I disagreed with the dismantling of affirmative action here in California at the time, but I subsequently now think it was probably the smart thing to do. So yeah, I think there's been
Hey, Water God, Water God, you see what I just did?
I see what you just did. I mean,
all right, I'm gonna leave this alone, man. No, you good, you good. I just want you to see what I did, and I'm gonna get off this, man. And hey, Grant, nice to talk to you, and thank you for your conversation. And I'm out.
Awesome, thank you.
Right, man. Listen, I appreciate everybody for tapping in. Yeah, man, we feel like we've been getting a lot of your same ideology, same talking points coming on the channel. So it's like it's more common that we seeing that. A little shocking, but it is what it is. He on them visas. But yeah, man, we appreciate you being honest and open up so we can get a better understanding of the whole liberal mindset.
I got a quick question for you, Water God. So do you think, would you guys be okay with everybody from Mexico all the way down to Panama coming to the United States? Let us move there. Let us take that land, and they take this.
What?
I mean, okay, because the way it's going now, right? If we want to go back to the way it was, where Caucasians have their side of town, we have ours, right? It's going to be some major changes, right? And to even get to that point, I fear that there's going to have to be some, you know what I'm saying? Something going on in the streets, and the entire government is going to be changed. Like, I'm serious, because it, you know, I mean,
all right. Well, I
tax
mean,
money, it's the jig is up. Like, we know now where our money's going, right? We didn't know that, you know, it was this much money going, like this, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know,
right, but
politics
Grant,
about money.
yeah, it's definitely about money. But Grant found the channel. He was in there for a while. A lot of the chat is saying they be jumping from chat to chat to chat, jumping in there, getting talking points.
And they're on here because of the money. They think we don't know where our money is going.
That ain't the move.
So they understand now we're going to either stop paying taxes, which is going to stop funding everything. And they know now that we know it's more of us than 43 million, because they wouldn't be worried about us. They would just cut us. They would just slit our throats and be done with the 43 million.
Right. What question did you have for me though?
Do you think, because I heard on, I think your last live with some of the guys I've listened to, do you guys think we should just up and move someplace, just exchange?
No, we ain't go up and move nowhere. This is our land. This people got land rights and all kind of stuff to their land here that's gonna be reversed back to them. We ain't gotta up and move nowhere. But
I mean, make sure what y'all want to do, because
that's my opinion. But
yeah,
I got unspoken vibes, man. I ain't had you talk on here for a minute unspoken, but what you think about the convo, bro?
Hey man, it was definitely a good convo. I don't mind just sitting and listen. Like, nah, everybody was cooking. I just appreciated the convo, being on the panel. Everybody was cooking. Grant came and he gave his his take, but I appreciate the way that everybody conducted themselves and kind of disputed any of his claims, because where you could just stay calm and sit in the pocket and disprove and prove all your points. That just shows we're valid and where we stand. So that's what I was just letting everybody cook and just
facts. And we don't. He wanted, like, look, they want us to give plans on here and give out strategies. That's not what we do on this page. I got a Discord where I talk to people in real life and do real conversations and setting stuff up. Shout out to my boy Don. This is not the place, as we see, where you think we're gonna come here and try to talk about doing things. That's not what this channel for. I hope everybody understand that. You feel me?
Yeah,
we don't do that here. So I don't want nobody to think that, hey, we doing something when we come on the channel. No, we doing something behind the scenes. If you really want to talk, you really want to do something, we got emails and we do it the right way. We don't be on here giving out liberation because, as y'all see, this is what goes on, you know?
That's facts. And I got what you were trying to get at to Water God at the end when you were talking about basically you were just saying why are they putting all this energy? Why is the energy different that they're putting towards the protests for the immigration and ICE than they've ever shown towards FBAs and all the atrocities that we've been through? We haven't had that. We haven't received any of that energy for anything we've been through. But now all of a sudden they want to put all this energy towards protests and ICE and immigration and all that stuff. So it's just like, I see. He tried to say it was a false equivalency. I was like, no, I see exactly what he mean, but I'm gonna let you guys cook.
Right. I couldn't get a clear answer on. That's where I want them to stand at, because they are against that heavy, but they gotta make me feel that they can feel our pain on what we've been through and not minimize it, because it's seeming like they're trying to minimize everything we've been through and make it seem like this is just so bad. Like, bro.
And two, when we asked them for help, when we asked the NAACP, the Black Caucus, the Urban League, when we asked these people for help, for things that they're supposed to do, they don't. And you saw all of the money that they get, right? Mm-hmm. You saw that. So they have the money, but they're funneling it to their projects, their food trucks, you know what I'm saying? They're not doing anything to sustain their countries where they come from. So why would we want people like that around us? They have no integrity. You know, I'm done with them. I'm done. I'm done. Yeah. I'm sorry.
But listen, this was a good chat, man. We just communicating, but you know, I don't want nobody to come on the channel and start, hey, got these ideas. Like, don't do that, man. If you ain't like, that's the wrong thing to do right now. But I appreciate everybody that's jumping on the chat. Shout out to JD Lee, Mickey Jones, Holy James, everybody who participated. The one brother. Salute to the one brother, bro. I be seeing you, bro. On the you be holding it down for FBA payroll, man. I wasn't able to find that video, bro, but I appreciate you. Race Head was in the building. I ain't even acknowledge you, Race Head, but I appreciate you, man. We got a big number of people in the chat, but yeah, we gonna guard that. You gotta fit qualifications now to get into the Discord, man, because we gotta make sure the Discord.
I won't be in your Discord. I won't. Nah.
Yeah. Look.
I'm not here to be. Let's just say this. I get the skepticism, correct?
One thing about it is right, but one thing about it, because we don't want anybody to be loyal. You have to be like, take an oath to the lineage. It's the lineage first, how we do business. So it's like, once you like a something else before you know your own lineage or where you come from, we don't it's already like you can't get into the club type thing. You get what I'm saying? So it wasn't even about none of that. It's just, you commit yourself to being a Democrat. So that's like you gotta, any party affiliation, we don't feel like you're gonna hold us true. You're just not gonna be fair to us.
Right? I want to say one last thing to Grant too. Grant, I don't think we would have had a problem with immigrants had they built their own communities like we had, right? If they're moving into a structure that's already there, that's ours. Even if it's boarded up for sale, right? They could have built someplace else, but they won't do that. And when it comes to jobs and positions, I've never experienced racism until Mexicans or whatever, you know what I'm saying? When they get into positions, that's where, but as far as Caucasians, I mean, we expect certain things from them. So we kind of distance ourselves from them, right? But with these other people, they're our coworkers, they're our neighbors, they're right up under us, and they treat, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's not that we feel how they treated us, right? So we're not going to march for that. But yeah, had they done it differently, treated us differently, then but you know,
I'm sorry.
sorry.
I'm sorry to hear that that you
Mhm.
were, mistreated and you felt, you know, racism. And I mean, obviously, I think
It's
that's a
horrible from them,
yeah.
very bad. And I'm a
Well,
woman,
I
so
appreciate
it's
you sharing.
extra. Hmm.
right.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
and for the chat, I don't eat mayonnaise. Just so you know, and I know that's breaking your hearts and such. But maybe I'll try it. Just so
Hey,
I can prove you guys
Grant.
wrong.
Last question before you get. I got a question, man. Are you married?
No, divorced.
Are you divorced?
I'm
what lineage was your ex-wife?
from the mountains of Caucasus.
Man, you funny, dude. You funny, man. Man, this was a good one. This was a good one. This was funny though, man. Y'all chat is crazy, man. The chat going crazy. Man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But damn, man, that's what they say, man. I bet you never get one of them again, huh? No, I don't wanna get no yeah, that was a good one, man. Listen, I appreciate everybody for joining the chat though, man. This was good. They let everybody putting the emojis on. Yeah, man, the Caucasus Mountain don't play, man. But yeah, that was a good one, man. Salute to Grant though for being open with us, man, and
Good information, good debate, pretty
good
good.
debate, good to know.
Yeah.
We appreciate you though, Grant, man. You gave us a good experience on what to expect out here in these streets.
They
Yeah,
watching.
I definitely appreciate you. I mean, it's a good panel, and everyone, uh, you know, everyone did a great job of sharing their
Excellent
thoughts.
So
question.
what you gonna do for us? You gonna go tell them we want reparations?
We ain't doing.
No, that's not.
Yeah, we
No,
ain't doing that.
I think you guys have. Listen, I don't think you guys are far off in what you're wanting to do.
Oh, Lord.
I just think that
Right.
we may
But
disagree
Grant,
at the margin.
I want to ask
No,
you this because you are in
no, we
politics,
ain't go.
right?
No, 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 no. We finna get off here. We ain't
No,
going
no,
into
it's
this
about
Grant no more, man.
reparations. It's a way to get it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you see how they pass like the NFIP, how they can give people an unlimited amount of money to rebuild their house or to fix it back up, right? And
Right.
you got the down payment systems where they were giving 20% down payment.
Yeah,
Even
we
in
ain't
places
doing.
like New York, they're giving like $200,000 down payment assistance, right? But how can we get that money in
Grant
our
about to salute.
hands
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
tomorrow? Like they get it tomorrow. We want to get
we
it
ain't doing it. No, no, no. Yeah, we finna close this out, man.
tomorrow.
We ain't finna. We gonna be. It's Tuesday. We gonna be on here on Thursday, y'all. We got 2 videos dropping tomorrow, man. Canceling some people out, but whoever's in the chat, I mean, I will be scheduling a video call just on the Discord discussing some things that we already got in place. So make sure y'all look out for that on the Discord. But man, I love and appreciate y'all. This was good talk. Shout out to Grant. Shout out to Unspoken Vibes, Audrey, Double O, everybody who contributed to the chat, man. I love and appreciate y'all. 220K. I catch y'all on the next one, man. Peace and love.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Ricky, shout out, man. Bless. I appreciate you, fam.